morning, everybody. Welcome back. Day 17 of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. We're expecting Brian Higgins, guys. That's the lineup that Mr. Lally gave us earlier in this week. They were next. He was next in line after the Sullivans. And so I've been seeing around that when asked what to expect, the defense team has said fireworks. Fireworks. That's a big commitment. They want our expectations sky high for Brian Higgins. So, gotta wonder a little bit what that means. Could be we're just coming back from not the strongest day for the defense on Wednesday. But if you're gonna make a promise like that, really you sure better deliver. At the same time, the defense has done a pretty good job of delivering on those commitments that they made in their opening statement. A lot of what they've told us we were going to see, we've seen it. It's come out. They've had the goods. And of course, with Mr. Higgins, that big swirling question everybody has. What's up with the proffer? What's all that about? I've said before, I haven't ruled out that the proffer doesn't have anything to do with the Karen Reed case. The expectation, the understanding, I think that is generally out there is that whatever the feds were investigating, it seems to precede the Karen Reed trial. It seems to be independent from that. And the investigation of the investigation, so to speak, is just something that developed as part of looking at something bigger. So definitely not impossible that Brian Higgins is going to get on the stand and just give us, the prosecutor party line. Went to the house, John never came in, etc., etc. I'm sure he'll probably clear up where his Jeep was parked. But what he actually has to say about the events is kind of a mystery because he's not there in the statement of facts. And we haven't heard anything yet really from anybody about his interview, about when he was interviewed, who, under what circumstances. We know he was part of the family meeting the next morning when people went back to 34 Fairview. But don't know when he was interviewed or what he said. None of that stuff is in the statement of facts. So lots of mystery surrounding Mr. Higgins. He's the one that Mr. Lally told us in the opening statement. He had amorous text communications with Karen Reed. And, I don't know the ins and outs of their relationship. I'm probably going to have to know more than I want to at this point. Other than I know things didn't sound like they had the awesomest trip in Aruba. But it essentially sounds to me like they're kind of on a break. And so Karen is, exploring other options. And then, Mr. Higgins is potentially one of those. Something about there's a kiss, something about there's conversations about how she invites him to her house. She knows where the cameras are at John's. So I'm sure we'll get the details because, once again, this is going to be what passes for motive in this case against Karen. I've been thinking back about Wednesday really quite a bit. We had the whole day off to be able to think about it, let it kind of percolate a little bit. And I realized I was pretty negative on the defense and how they did Wednesday. Just not saying they messed up or anything. I'm just saying in the sort of overall structure of the trial, it didn't come across as a real great day for the defense. But I realized that might have created the wrong impression that means it was a good day for the Commonwealth, because unfortunately I don't think this was a good day for the Commonwealth either. And the thing that I guess makes me saddest about Wednesday is that who it was really bad for was John. Who it was really bad for was John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe had a bad day on Wednesday. He did not come out of Wednesday looking good. And it started with Jen McCabe on the stand, just can't wait to tell us that Carrie Roberts thought Karen Reed was just a babysitter with benefits. Couldn't wait to have that dragged out of her. And I don't know about you guys, but me, when I hear that kind of thing, Karen Reed is about the only one who doesn't look bad from a statement like that. It makes Jen look bad for wanting to share it. It makes Carrie look bad for saying it in the first place. And it makes John look bad for, these are your friends and they think you're somebody who just kind of uses women for babysitting. This is not, you know, the saint we've been sold. And I realize, you know, that's always going to be a little bit of a fiction. Nobody's a saint. But really puts a tarnish on John in my eyes. And then this gets followed up with this trip to Aruba where we've got John drunk and stumbling around and people trying to, you know, still take him back to the bar and stuff. I mean, this is my vacation. I'm not going to be real pleased with that. I'm not going to be enjoying that. This is not giving relationship behavior. This is a little more self-centered. People are allowed to be self-centered, especially, you know, from time to time. Everybody's got to, you know, put themselves first. But the problem with stuff like this is that's really not putting yourself first. That's, you know, engaging in behavior that, I'm just going to put it out there, you probably should have outgrown a long time ago. This is maybe okay when you're a young guy living in a frat house. But when you're a grown adult and you're trying to form relationships with women, bonded relationships, you're trying to create a family to raise kids, doesn't really jive with, you know, the drunk stumbling late at night and stuff like that. Who's responsible for the kids in this situation? Has this just been shoved off on Karen and that's how she's going to spend her vacation? Is that what Carrie Roberts meant by babysitter with benefits? So I thought all of that was really sad because this trial is supposed to be about John and justice for John. And even if John is not a saint, which nobody is, you just wouldn't expect his friends, the people who claim to be his friends, to be using this process to put this stuff out there that makes him look bad. And for what purpose? For what reason is this being done? Really, motive? Really? It's so remote. It's just so remote. I'm sorry. What happened on vacation a month ago, it is not proof of somebody's state of mind a month later in a different context. Might be giving you background, might be giving you context. But if you don't have a lot better evidence of somebody's state of mind at the time of the crime, then this is just making John look bad for no real benefit. And so I feel bad for John's family having to watch this happen. Having this stuff kind of come out about their son. This can't be good. This can't be something that they're feeling like what a great satisfying process. And I just keep coming back to that Jen McCabe and her justice for JJ movement. Is this what that was going to be? We're gonna just bring everybody down. We're gonna tear everybody down and make everyone look bad. Is that what justice is? Carrie looks bad. She's a talker. You talk down on her. You talk down on pretty much everybody. But you can't even wait to make John just look like some, some Chad who's incapable of bonding with women on a basic level. Yeah, can't say I loved Wednesday. So for all that, it was a head scratcher for me in terms of the defense strategy. Why didn't we have any cross-examination of Carrie Roberts? I don't know. That just seemed so very strange to me. And it meant that everything that she had to say went unchallenged, and she said things that were damaging. I mean, really no question about it. The very first phone call from Karen, John's dead at 5 something in the morning. That's damaging, because he was dead. She wasn't supposed to know he's dead. Maybe she didn't know he's dead, but it just seems like a kind of extreme conclusion to jump to just based on not coming home. That was damaging. A lot of those details about what was going on, how it happened, the tail light, once again, it was damaging. And so just a little bit strange to me, that decision to just let it all go and not really test any of it. But that doesn't mean that the round landed with the Commonwealth. They just basically spent the day, from my perspective, kind of beating up on John, and I don't see that being real helpful in terms of getting him justice. So, what are we going to get from Brian Higgins? The big talk that's been out in the commentary the last couple days has to do with his medical records, because the Commonwealth filed a late notice of discovery earlier this week where they indicated they're turning over new material to the defense. 4 weeks into the trial, and yep, they're still getting discovery. Oh man, a lot of people want to know, how does that even happen? How does that work? Well, I wish I could tell you that's rare and it almost never happens, but the reality is it kind of happens a lot. It should not be shocking. Things just kind of have a way of emerging out of the ether. And some of it is just lack of preparation. They don't care about following up on stuff until it's really in their face that it's important. And sometimes it is legit. You do have a trial going on. People are going on record now officially with their stories. Sometimes that's going to contradict what you already know or what you already think. So it's not that weird for investigation to continue while the trial is going on, because it can be relevant to rebuttal. Somebody gets on the stand and testifies to something. For example, Matt McCabe gets on the stand and testifies about Channel 4 being at D&E Pizza, and that's why they were giving this instruction to Chris to tell them that the guy never went in the house. Smart thing to do is do some follow-up investigation there. Now that we know that's his explanation, that's on the record. If we go to Channel 4 and they don't confirm that, we're calling a rebuttal witness to point out his explanation for that text. It's not true. It's not true. If, on the other hand, you go and you confirm it, all right, well, now you know. Now you know. That at least is not something that you can pin him down as lying about. Not really that uncommon for that type of thing to be ongoing. But what are these medical records? Everybody wants to know. And that, of course, that's the $1 million question. What are they? Because that tells you everything about should they have already been produced or not. if the medical records are what I think a lot of people would hope, this is proof that he got treated for a fight after January the 29th. He had some injuries or something like that. Maybe the dog bit him too. I don't know. I mean, that would be big, right? That's certainly helpful to a third-party perpetrator hearing, third-party perpetrator defense. But, then you have a real problem with this late disclosure. This is Brady issue stuff. Why are you holding on to this so long? That is, of course, potentially exculpatory if it tends to confirm, corroborate a third-party theory. Is it possible they didn't get them until now? Is that possible? Can't say it's not impossible, but why? You definitely want an explanation if that's what it is. Why did it take so long to get them? Medical records can be hard to get, there's no question. There's so many privacy implications around them. Obviously, HIPAA laws apply to healthcare providers, so they are very limited in the circumstances when they're going to hand over somebody's medical records. I haven't looked at the process in Massachusetts, but I know in Washington, if you want to subpoena somebody's medical records, it's a whole special process. You got to essentially give the person whose records you're requesting notice and an opportunity to contest it. And the hospital doesn't, or the doctor doesn't have to comply until that time period is passed. If the person does contest it, you got to go to court. You got to get the judge to buy into what you're asking for, why it's necessary, why it's appropriate discovery. So it can be challenging. Most of the time, it's way, way easier if you can get somebody to just consent to it, sign the HIPAA waiver, you take that to the doctor, and you're good to go. But if that evidence tends to place you as a third-party perpetrator, well, you're probably not going to cooperate with just handing it over to law enforcement, are you? So that is a possible explanation. But the other explanation that seems like it fits in this type of context is that Brian Higgins potentially has current health issues. He's got some kind of health issue that's going to affect his ability on the stand, his ability to maybe, be on the stand for long periods of time. He's going to be fatigued. He's going to need breaks in his testimony, something like that. A situation where somebody's health requires accommodation in the court process so that they can participate, but, within the limits that their condition puts them in. And that's the type of thing where it would not surprise me to see late disclosure, because you just don't always know. Things like that can't come up, last minute without notice. Nobody's, usually out there trying to get sick. It just happens. Timing isn't always, not that there's ever like a good time to be sick, but there are certainly bad times to be sick. And sometimes that's just how it works out. And that would be a logical reason for why then this is produced so late in the day, because we're finally getting to the point where Brian Higgins is going to be put on the stand. He's presumably been under subpoena, knows he's going to be called in at some point, but you don't necessarily know when. And so once you're getting closer to the point where it's going to happen, the prosecutor's office is generally more in touch with the witnesses, just giving them a heads up, here's where we're at in the trial. You're probably going to be called, on X day. So the witness can at least have a heads up and kind of arrange their life accordingly. And so it makes sense that if you're having that type of communication, you're in that type of contact, that basically you are, there's not necessarily any reason for the prosecutor to know your business until, it's coming down to the wire. Things can always happen. So that's a possible explanation too. It's certainly not as sexy as Brian Higgins got in a fight at 34 Fairview and needed hospital treatment. But those two do seem to be like the two most likely explanations, and we'll I guess just have to wait and find out which one it is. And it looks like they are going live right now. So let me go ahead and get it up. Oh, maybe not. They just made a bunch of noise in the courtroom. Well, I think they're getting closer anyway, so hopefully about to start here. We'll see how he looks. We'll see how he looks. I mean, he was a big guy in a lot of his pictures. I've seen some of those pictures of him. Big guy, tattoos, kind of a biker look to him. You know, we remember him from the video. Him and Brian Higgins both, you know, it looked like, or him and Brian Albert, they both look like, you know, kind of big beefy guys playing their grab ass, you know, as they explained it. Looks like a big guy. So first eyes on Brian Higgins will tell us a lot about his condition. I think we saw Brian Albert. Looks like he's lost a lot of weight since that video was taken. Chris Albert looked like he'd lost some weight since that video was taken. Matt McCabe, couldn't really tell, maybe not so much, maybe not so good at that diet challenge, but it'll give us a good perspective on how he's doing and what his condition is. All right, I'm gonna go ahead. Nah, nobody wants to look at the fan. When they get away from the fan, I'll go ahead and put it back up, because good Lord, I'm sorry, they got that thing going this morning. Okay, look at that. I feel like I'm about to launch. No, we're not going to stare at the fan. So just a little bit behind this morning, not too bad, about 10 minutes late or so, but yeah, so I don't know if Higgins is going to be on the same diet as everybody else, but yeah, that's just another thing to kind of see once we get a look at him. How does he compare to what he looked like a couple years ago, and is there a reason for that? You know, stress can really do a number on people. It can do quite a lot, wreak a lot of havoc to your metabolism. Something I know a little bit too much about over the course of a nearly 20-year career in the law. Yeah, they keep busting in with noise and then not giving us any goods. So what else about Brian Higgins? What else do we have about Brian Higgins? I'm still very curious about this ATF office that they just had in the Canton PD. That seems very strange to me. It just seems very strange. I don't know why you would have an ATF agent assigned like permanently to Canton anyway. Why would you do that? What do they need them there for? I can understand why, if you've got an officer stationed somewhere and you don't have an entire unit there, an entire department, a branch with their own office. Okay, you'd work with local law enforcement. You'd find a way to get him somewhere to be. But it just seems strange to me. Why do you need this guy in Canton, but you don't need a whole branch, you don't need a whole unit. You just need one person? What's he doing? What's he doing there? Is he interfacing with local law enforcement? Is this like a task force assignment type of deal? Very common for law enforcement, you know, all different agencies to be involved in these regional task forces.
Unmuted.
So that could be a possible explanation, but it's the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. They typically are investigating, like, did you pay taxes? Did you get the right permit? Are you selling cigarettes without the right stamps? You know, things like that. Just seems a little bit strange. Okay, let's go ahead and bring up smiling Judge Bev this morning.
Shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
32117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for the Chief.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yanetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yanetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jules. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said
Not
yes.
going to show us her smiling
affirmatively.
face this
Did
morning.
anyone happen
The
to
only time
see,
she'll
hear,
smile all
or
day.
read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday? Everyone said no or should be yes. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? My
Okay.
apologies.
Let's see. Let's see if we get him. Certainly not going to rule out a change of plans, but we'll see. Plain black for Karen today, but a very showy looking blouse underneath. I can just barely see a nice, nice fringe on the sleeve there. Love to get a better look at the blouse. Pardon me for, you know, the superficial stuff, but I enjoy it. I like her style. I really do. She is dressing like part of the team, like you would expect a lawyer, a paralegal, somebody else from the team who's going to be sitting at this table. She dresses like they do. So that's how I would dress. I like to keep an eye on that kind of style. And I do. I like hers very much. So it looks like a blazer over a dress. Very structured, formal, masculine blazer over a very feminine dress. I'd like to see the whole thing standing because that's the kind of contrast that can really work or really not work. Just depends on the pieces that you're working with. Very floral, flowy. Looks like a kind of organza kind of material. I have a hard time wearing that. Fits real nice on girls who are pretty straight up and down. Just not me. Have a hard time with flowy. I'd love to wear more flowy, but it just tends to not suit me very well. So I wear a lot more structured stuff like that. I would wear a lot in the courtroom. I would wear a lot of the dress with the blazer over it. Because I do, you know, I don't want to.
Please, Mr. Lally.
Want to be super
Yes, Your Honor.
masculine.
Call
But
Mr. Brian Higgins to the stand.
here he is, Brian Higgins, confirmed. Let's see him. But I would typically wear very structured, tailored dresses with a very tailored kind of jacket. So he still looks pretty beefy. He doesn't look like he's, you know, getting chemo or something.
Someone should ever shoot the court and jury in the case line here, and should you truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right. Let us have it. Fireworks, he said.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
And you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday, and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that. Specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
including several people from Massachusetts?
Yes.
And,
First guy to say the
when
names
did you go
of
down
the
to
fallen
New York City?
officers.
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake and the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now,
Nice
on
perk,
the way
these
back,
feds.
who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who were they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and He offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as
Well,
far
what
as
was your
the
assignment?
ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work and the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather or impending inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow in front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside, and do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so, and then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know, about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked Jeep at that time?
Where did you park?
No.
Critical to know.
So you come in to the Waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with them?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present over the course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall,
get that
about
in.
what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
The
And
defendant.
just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yanetti.
She is not impressed. She's the lady sitting at the table
Yes.
looking really unimpressed.
With regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And
Drinking
as
buddies.
far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time before the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this. As far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or varied?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received this contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
System.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy?
Yes,
Is that a place that you've been to before?
yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and/or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well,
He just said,
that it
tall,
wasn't
clear
from
liquid.
the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those
These glass
observations, at
connoisseurs.
some point over the course
Such
of the
a
time that you
detail
were at
to
the waterfall
notice.
and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
at this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall what it meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that to her?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now, around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me,
Did you send another
Take it back
text?
just
Weren't
one
there a
step.
couple?
at some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so when you're leaving. Who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
Classes?
And you recall her ever at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on, there was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there, is that correct?
I did.
And so with regard to the home when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway. And then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
Sorry, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, I'm going to give you a laser pointer and just press that button there. So Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you're parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you can
Only the
take that down.
McCabe's
Thank you.
saw it.
So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there, well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house.
Those are the same
What I
thing.
recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes, so I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door.
Which
So
door?
there's
Yeah,
a
we need
front
to
door to the
establish which
residence.
door.
There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
And beyond
flowed in,
sort of the
except
kitchen
John.
area that you were describing
John
before,
didn't
where
flow in.
else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what if any familiarity or what if any background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to.
Sorry about that, guys.
For that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else in the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in
Guys,
time,
all we missed was a
while you were
breezeway
at
door. Sorry
34
about
Fairview,
that.
Do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now,
So he's
with
in the mix of
respect,
all of this, and nobody
to
has remembered that so
the front of the
far?
house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No,
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
so I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
Absolutely not again.
And at any point in time, over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I
Their-
was at
their
the
car
house,
would have been there.
I think I shot a text just to John, "Where are you?" I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from
They
the
were parked
residence,
outside.
and again, you're not sure what time that was,
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
and do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
Yes,
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
yes,
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No,
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
no,
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather intermittently?
Just that the weather was getting worse, the snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do
I
you
didn't
recall
see
whether or
any.
not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night, so that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar
You
with?
knew the blizzard was
No.
coming. Why didn't you do that before
So
you went to
get
the
back to the police
hillside?
station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in, Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station, is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe?
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's
12
a
feet is
wooden
like
door
one
with
bay.
two glass panes.
It's not a two-bay
And
garage.
as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Goode, I believe. Probably, he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you've described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 or 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you
Healthy.
fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that occurred?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you look at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up the phone, or who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the
You didn't
phone
want to
from
talk to
Mr. Albert, is
Burke
that
before
correct?
you talked to Brian.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it,
Yeah, not that butt dial.
we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside of the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Maybe a police
Now,
car you
with
don't remember?
regard to, starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole, Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe, and then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, similar to the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught
And did you know why they were distraught?
because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that,
Because he'd been found. They were distraught because he'd been found. Interesting wording, not because he was dead on the grass.
how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up.
Because I
It didn't
know
make
they never
sense.
showed up.
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it was,
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
So he went to the police station.
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset.
What
Those
does
would
that
be the
have
reasons.
to do with the police department?
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, At some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello, I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No,
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Screenshots?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it
Yeah.
that you sort of generated these from your phone?
You screenshotted them.
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. What is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And he didn't
And
tell you extraction?
Why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now,
Fully transparent.
with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No. Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me. Nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly, it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
With respect to intimacy, yeah, she's not impressed with him at all.
Thank you. Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One. One is 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. If you can just look at those briefly and familiarize yourself with them, look up when you can. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce in a minute.
Okay, so we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one. Okay.
56 pages of text with her, huh?
May I return both of those to the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's been marked as Exhibit 103. And in that, the communications, or the text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but
Need a
it looks like
flashlight?
he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, pal? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page
More
within
drinking.
those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th?
So
Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. You want to come by? Things like that, yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch it?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you left?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you were there?
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's texted exchange between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
If I can see that.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
Sir, I would direct your attention to, right about there where it says Sunday, January 16th. Do you see that, sir?
Yes,
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you could indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that?
And then
The conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with three, followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before you, never responded to that text, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I may reapproach.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and.
They pulled out the Henny and blamed Karen. And threw a controller for the video game. These guys have a problem. You had a long day and you're out partying all night and you're drinking Jameson and ginger, and then you go home to drink some more. This guy's got a problem. Jameson and ginger. Guess I'd try it. Never had it. Remember having a 7 and 7 phase at one point. That was like back in college. Definitely like a little sweet with the whiskey. That's probably not just me. But yeah, I'll be having one. I will have one drink. I will have one drink. And that is enough. I can't handle. I don't want to be hurting in the morning. I don't want to be asking those questions. What did I do? I mean, good Lord. How old are these people? The last time, Jeff will back me up on this story. The last time we went out, we went to a comedy club not that long ago to watch the show. And so the comedy club in our town is like at the bowling alley. I mean, it's just kind of this, there's a lot of stuff going on. There's bowling alley games, you know, things like that. And then this little side bar where they have a stage and they have the comedy club in there. So we went to watch and I got a Manhattan. And I'm sure the bartender thought she was doing me a solid because, you know, she gets the, you know, the short glass and I'm watching her make it and I get it with bullet rye and she pours. And then just the tiniest little splash of vermouth. And that was my drink. I'm sure she thought she was doing me a solid. Because she was going to get me messed up. It was awful. God, it's so bad. Like, no, the drink has a recipe for a reason. It's supposed to like taste a certain way, go down a certain way. And that is not it. It is not a splash of vermouth on an entire glass full of rye whiskey. That is not what a Manhattan is about. And so, yeah, I could barely drink it. I could barely drink it. It's too much for me. But I guess, you know, people have very different relationships with alcohol. It's kind of common with law enforcement, isn't it? I saw Jeff mentioning in the chat, his first thing I thought of too, as soon as he said Jameson, I'm like, oh yeah, Jimmy McNulty. Jimmy McNulty from The Wire, that's what he drank. And it's one of those professions, probably like the law. I mean, obviously we know with the law, there's a very high percentage of substance abuse, alcoholism, stuff like that. And sure, that's the case for law enforcement too. It's the coping mechanism, you know, for a lot of stress and a hard job. Don't really know how hard the ATF desk job in Canton is. I don't know. I don't know what they do. I don't know what that assignment is like. But yeah, this whole crowd, it sounds very messy. It really sounds very messy. And I mean, frankly, if I'm looking at a fight situation or just as somebody ends up battered and dead, yeah, I'm gonna look first at the drunk people. I mean, that's just obvious. Alcohol and violence go together like peas and carrots. I mean, there's really nothing revolutionary about that kind of observation. I'm going to be looking at the drunk people. Thought it was pretty weird that he's there long enough to remember Julie Albert going outside to talk to her brother, but he sure is trying to pitch it like he left before that. Because never saw them there. I mean, if he came out after Julie had gone outside to talk to her brother, then he would have seen the SUV, would have seen John, you know, would have seen some part of that, would have, I would think, been aware from what's going on in the house that they know that John and Karen are outside. And Jen is texting with them, are you coming in? What's up? You know, whatever. Pretty convenient timing there. Very coincidental timing. Of course, if he left right before Julie went outside, then that would explain why his white Jeep wasn't in the way. They didn't see it. He didn't see the SUV. He just happens to be leaving moments before they come out. I mean, is that what we're being pitched here? That like she's on the call with her brother and then he leaves and all that stuff happens after? I mean, that is remarkable timing if that's what we're if that's what we're getting. He did say he was sitting with his back to the front lawn, but all of these people are in the same place and, you know, got to presume they're having conversations and stuff. Jen McCabe is there in the kitchen. Julie and Brian and the other girl are sitting at the table. We heard all about that. They're talking about what they see outside the window. Yeah. Kind of strange sequence of events there. Because, of course, if he'd left before Julie's brother showed up.
All right, so we'll be in recess.
All right, taking our recess.
Thanks.
You're the boss. You're the boss, Judge. I'm not going to stare at that fan. Still going pretty fast over there. Is it hot in Massachusetts right now or something? I mean, they are really moving that air around in that room. Strange account of the police department visit, in my mind. You went back there in the morning just because. I mean, I can see explanations like, well, that's where my friends were. Those are my people. I don't really have other friends outside the police. That's kind of common with police officers, I think, unfortunately, often in a bit of a social bubble that way. So I would understand something like that. Yeah, I wanted to go and be with my homies, you know, needed just some companionship, needed to have the comfort of other people around and not just go back to my lonely house where I drink and sleep on the couch. But he didn't tell us that. He just went back because he didn't really have an explanation for why he went back. And so, of course, the problem is, well, did you go back to have your ear to the ground? Did you go back to talk to Lank, Goode, Kevin Albert, any of these other people that have the connections there? And we know that there's video inside the police department. We know that that exists. So is it going to show you doing anything in there? We'll find out from the defense, I'm sure, if it exists. Still curious what these fireworks are going to be. I mean, we already know from the pretrial that the whole getting rid of the phone thing, that's going to be an issue. That's going to be an issue with him. I mean, he went full Hillary Clinton on this phone. Okay, not a Brian Albert, let's trade it in and wipe it. He drove it to a military base and smashed it, pretty sure. Smashed the SIM card, something like that. I mean, not innocent looking stuff. How do they know that, I wonder? Did he admit to that? Is that something they have on video? I mean, you want to talk about security cameras around. Yeah, military bases, a lot of security stuff around. Not an innocent looking getting rid of the phone. And no, I am not buying that you consulted with the guy on the police force who is trained in the cell phone forensics and he told you the best way to get your text messages to the police is a screenshot. No, he did not tell you that, because that's about the worst way to get your text messages to the police. What you do, you give them your phone, they extract your phone, you tell them you want these text messages on this date between these people on this time, you know, whatever. You can even tell them all of my text messages with this person, and that's what they can then run in their report in the Celebrate. They can pull those out specifically, create a report that contains all of those text messages. It looks just like all these reports we've gotten little glimpses of so far in the trial. That is the best way to get your text messages to the police, and anybody who is trained in cell phone forensics is going to know that. So no, this anonymous friend, this anonymous person you didn't even name that you were hiding behind as giving you this explanation for how to provide your texts, didn't happen. I don't buy that. Don't buy that at all. Just a couple pages of text with John, his friend, and 59 pages with Karen. 59 pages with Karen, who he now calls the defendant. The defendant. Yeah, it can be a cop thing. I mean, we saw Brian Albert do that. We saw a couple other people pick up on that periodically, not as consistently as the police witnesses are calling her the defendant. I mean, that's how they're used to testifying. That's how they do it on the stand. You know, it's not a human over there, okay? Not a person with a name and a history and a story and things like that. It's the defendant. But I have a feeling these 59 text messages that Mr. Lally has already previewed for us in his opening statement, amorous text messages. They're gonna maybe share a little insight into why he's wanting to distance from her now. Did she hurt him? Guessing she kind of hurt him. We'll see, I'm sure. 59 pages to get through. And, you know, who started being amorous? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Now, this is the football party that I remember. He's alleging that like Karen kissed him in the garage or something. But Lally didn't elicit that. At least not so far. So maybe we'll get into that when we get into these text messages and whatever. But this is going to be one where there's a channel, one of the local news channels. I think it might be Channel 5. I can't remember now. I'm going to have to look it back up. But one of them, I was told, is publishing the exhibits from the trial. Because a lot of this stuff, this is similar to Depp v. Heard, right? They introduce the entire thing, but then they only publish certain portions of it to the jury. So during the actual course of the trial, they're only calling out specific things. But when it goes back for deliberation, the entire exhibit is going to be in there. The jury is going to be able to look through the whole text chain. And not, you know, just limited to the stuff that they choose to call out during the questioning or during the arguments or whatever. So I'm going to be interested in those. I'm going to want to see. I know that Mr. Lally, even Mr. Lally is not going to take us through every text on a 59-page document. Even he is not going to drag this out this bad. But I'm going to be interested. I want to see what's going on here. I want to see what is the nature of that relationship. I haven't heard any sort of allegation that these are fabricated. I don't know if that is on the table or not. We've obviously heard suggestions, allegations, implications about those text messages between Allie and Colin. The defense was trying to undermine those, suggest, it looks like there's been editing is possible, with those types of communications, and you didn't hand your phone over to be extracted. So we can kind of anticipate the same sort of line of attack with this witness, unless the messages also appear on Karen's phone. Because, haven't seen it yet, but pretty sure Karen's phone has been extracted as part of all of this too. So if the messages are also there on her phone, then, no, he didn't fabricate it. He didn't delete it. If they're on her phone, then we're not going to get that. We're not going to get that line of attack. So that might tell us a little bit about the situation once we get to cross. Does the defense come at him with anything like that? If they do, then that might suggest what we can expect to see down the road. His description of that plow operation, that was very strange. A fish stick? I don't know. I've never driven a plow like that. I'm used to the joystick, you know. I've driven the little, like the little mini backhoe, little excavator, things like that. And you got the little joystick and you got the bucket, and yes, you lift it and raise it and tilt it and so forth. It's fun. Those things are fun. But I would never own one because it's not fun. Not fun to work on them. You have to always fix hydraulic stuff. Not a good time, in my opinion. Yeah. Started texting with John on November the 24th. So this is his friend. The first text is a reach out. Are you drinking? So friends for less than 2 months? I don't know. Does that sound like a particularly close friendship? Don't know about that. They sound like they were casual drinking buddies. And I want to see this all line up with, you know, the emotion. We've seen him showing some emotion on the stand when he's talking about the nephew. Don't really know why that is. I can, you know, see a scenario where that's what you feel bad for. You feel bad for the kid. The kid's the one who's lost his caregiver after he's already lost his parent. Yeah, you might feel emotional about the loss for that kid. It doesn't really seem commensurate with the nature of his relationship with John. Been to his house one time where he showed up late for the football party, got real loaded, might have broke the kid's video game. Otherwise, you guys drink together and you're texting his girl. Doesn't sound like a personal deep grief kind of situation. Certainly stuff like that can be shocking. But at the same time, these are law enforcement officers. These are people who are accustomed to dealing with hard stuff. And, you know, you get pretty good at compartmentalizing things and just becoming a little calloused sometimes, you know. You see bad stuff, you don't necessarily react to it, certainly not in the moment, with the same kind of emotion that if you're not accustomed to seeing people die, not accustomed to dealing with that type of situation, you're probably going to have a little bit of a different reaction. But so far, you know, this guy seems like a law enforcement officer with a pretty bad drinking problem who is kind of friends with John, but doesn't look like a very good friend. Here we are back to this theme of who are these friends? And the more I'm seeing, the more it just seems like the friends are people who would drink with him. Have we seen a friend outside of that context? The Cameranos, the Roberts, they testified early on. They were also neighbors. So, and the kids were friends and stuff. They had that relationship. But otherwise, he seems to have drinking buddies. I'm going to have to defer to you guys in the chat about your male friendships because that's clearly outside of my personal realm of experience. For me as a woman, if I am hanging out with friends that all we do is just go out and drink, it's really not a friend. That's not a friend. That's just somebody that you party with. Somebody who is a friend is somebody that I have to my house, somebody that I go on, go on trips with. We go camping, we go hiking, we do stuff together. And I'm a woman, we talk about stuff. If you know stuff about me that I probably wouldn't tell other people, I wouldn't announce to the whole world, yeah, that's because you're my friend. If I'm not sharing stuff like that with you and we're just on a very superficial, casual chit-chat type of level, We talk about the weather. We talk about what we're watching on TV. We're talking about what's going on in the community, you know, just event-based, fact-based kind of stuff. We're not close. If we're having conversations about things that have happened to us, how we feel about them, what we're planning, what we're hoping for, what we're dreaming, what we're scared of, stuff like that, we're friends. Now, I know guys don't talk like girls do. It's a different kind of relationship. So I'm curious about that. Guys, is this what your friendships look like? Is this consistent with a close friendship to you? Is that somebody that you go out and drink with? Is that enough to have somebody be in like the close friend, I have a close bond with this guy kind of relationship? I don't know. I don't know. Well, let's go ahead and see what we got going on a little bit in, oh, I haven't updated my banner. That's why nobody knows what's going on. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we're on break. We're just waiting for them to come back. So Britt Cormier starts us off. I still cannot square the police interviewing the Sullivans who were not in town before interviewing people that were in the house, or did I get that wrong? Yeah, no, you definitely didn't get that wrong. Long list of people that they did not interview before they interviewed the Sullivans. They did not interview Caitlin. They did not interview Allie. They did not interview Colin. They did not interview Julie Nagel. I'm pretty sure they didn't interview Julie Nagel. They didn't interview, I think anybody but maybe Ryan Nagel. Those people that were driving in that time frame that are in the best position to see obviously didn't interview the plow driver, because according to them, the plow driver didn't even exist. There was no plow driver. So yeah, a lot of people with really critical information that are getting interviewed months down the road. Oh, and let's not forget, of course, Tristan Morris, the guy who shows up to pick up Caitlin when John's body would have been lying in the grass under this theory. And they don't even interview him until the trial has already started. Trial has already started before police go and talk to him. But they talk to these girls. They talk to these girls from Aruba. And I really am dying to know how that got their attention. Why did they go and talk to these girls? Like, who brought that up? Who brought that up? Was that a situation where they themselves stepped forward to tell police this is what's going on? Is it a situation where somebody put a bug in their ear? Hey, these girls might be able to give you some insight into what Karen Reed's motive would have been for doing what they say she did. I don't know, but yeah, the timing on it just seems absolutely terrible. You are less concerned about nailing down the details of the observations of the percipient witnesses, the people who were actually there at the scene with something to say, something meaningful to contribute. You don't bother with a whole bunch of them, but you're going and talking to these people about a remote incident a month before that, and just kind of makes everybody look bad. I saw this run through, so I highlighted it. It's for a gun running task force. Massachusetts has a lot of illegal restricted firearms because of their robberies and mafia ties. Yeah, okay, so this is news to me. I don't really know this part of the world much at all. I've been to Massachusetts once. It was when I was in high school. I went to Boston. Okay, this is a terrible story. I was going to volunteer for the summer or work for the summer or whatever with the Public Interest Research Group, which way back in the day, the PIRG, they would recruit all over college campuses. And essentially what it came down to is they would doorbell. It was a Ralph Nader organization, if I remember right. And they would go around and doorbell and try to get donations basically for these various, causes. And a lot of them were environmental, I think, at this point in time. So these people had recruited around my campus. I didn't have anything better going on that summer, so I'm like, great, I'll go to Boston and go work for the PERG. And they pitch it like, it's just it's an experience for the summer. Well, I mean, an experience is one way to put it. I made it like one day through the whole PERG thing, and not only is this work lame, but like, where am I supposed to stay? And by the way, how am I getting paid? Because it turns out that like you get paid out of the donations that you get, so it's one of these, I guess, somewhat commission-based types of arrangements. Whole thing ultimately was very sketch. So I said forget that, and I left after a day. I wasn't going to do that, and I ended up instead going up to Burlington, Vermont for the summer because I had a friend there. I could stay at her house for a little bit until I was able to basically get a summer job, find an apartment and stuff like that. And that's what I did. I ended up, I got a temp agency job where I worked in the city treasurer's office at Burlington, Vermont. And I remember to this day, it was kind of a painstaking job because they had all of these bonds and treasury notes and all of these things that just were unorganized in their system. And my job was like to go through these masses of documents and try to organize them. And it was kind of excruciating and awful, but that's what I did. So anyway, that was my experience with Boston. Spent very little time there, less than a week there. Never drove there myself, and I'm glad because it looks like a really terrible place to drive. I mean, even just walking around, I remember it being very hard to kind of know where you're going. Roads go in like directions that you weren't expecting them to and stuff. So I didn't get much of an impression about it. And most of what I know about Boston is either just, historical, obviously, New England and the home of John Adams and that kind of thing. And then just some of the more recent history, like the Whitey Bulger stuff. Definitely remember that. And issues with corruption in the federal agency in that area because of the whole issue with Whitey Bulger. He's obviously a wanted man committing all of these crimes, but it's since come out that a lot of that was being facilitated by the feds because they were using him as a source. So doesn't really surprise me that that there's a lot of corruption and robbery, mafia stuff in that area. It never really struck me as being particularly dangerous, but like I said, I don't know. I don't know the area. So interesting to hear that kind of background. Carly Colette, you look very pretty. I love your pony. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're late in the week here, so not going all out on the hair at 5 a.m. at this point in time. But it's very nice of you to say because it is early in the day when I come on here. So appreciate that. Tin Cat. When they answer confidently right away, then backtrack and ask for it to be re-asked, it always comes across to me like they realize they missed a cue. Instantly, it makes it feel rehearsed. Yeah, they're like, they already know what they want to say, but then they catch themselves because they're not sure if that's actually what they were asked. They have to be clear. And noticing also with this particular witness, the disconnect between a lot of his answers, he's very direct with, he's very certain with, even if the thing that he is being certain about is, I don't remember. He doesn't have any difficulty accessing that and being able to state it. But then that contrasts with moments where he goes into these rambling kinds of explanations about things like, why did you go back to the police department that morning? Didn't really have a prepared answer for that one, and so it was hard for him. He didn't have something good, and he had to kind of wander around to sort of find and landed on, well, my friend died. It's not really an explanation for why you chose to go there as opposed to anywhere else. You know what we also didn't hear Whatever happened with that Chief Berkowitz call? Whatever happened with that? Did you ignore it? Did you call him back? Did you call him back before you went to Brian's house? Did you call him back after you went to Brian's house? Did you talk to him at the police department? Whatever happened with that connection from Berkowitz? And why is he calling you that early in the morning? I don't know. I don't know. Why would he be calling you unless he knows you were there? And how would he know you were there? Why would he know you were there? Does he know you're drinking buddies with John? I mean, I don't know. I want to know more about this and how Chief Berkowitz fits into that picture and that time frame. Nunzio, oh man, I had a 7 and 7 phase, good times. Yeah, I don't know how good they were for me, but they were times for sure. This was, like I said, this is back when I was in college, and towards the tail end, honestly, I was pretty done with school by the time I was getting my degree. I was a philosophy major, classics minor, super nerdy. I had always kind of anticipated I was going to go into academia, right? I was going to follow the graduate school, PhD path, whatever. But I also, I got through school a little fast. Like I finished my credits a semester early because I overloaded. I took a lot of things early on. And so by the time I was getting close to the end, and I was sort of coming to terms with how I wasn't actually really interested in this stuff I was studying because I didn't really have anything to say. At my school, to graduate with a philosophy degree, you had to do a final exam, you had to do a thesis, and you had to do an oral thesis defense. Thesis was an issue for me because I didn't have anything to say. I don't know. I'm a kid. I'm, 21 years old. I have not really a whole lot of life experience. I'm just, a normal white girl with a middle class upbringing, going to college. Like I don't have any great insight to share with people. Like that's why I'm reading philosophy. I'm trying to learn from them. So I was really struggling with that path, and my answer to that was to go play a lot of pool. Instead of thinking real hard about trying to find something to say, I just kind of rolled with I don't have a lot to say, and I played a lot of pool, and I ended up writing a thesis that wasn't very good, but it was looking at Plato, and there's a classic distinction between mythos and logos. It goes back to this academic named Martha Nussbaum. And it's basically a distinction between like ways of acquiring knowledge. You can acquire knowledge, logos, through logic, and that's the structural logic kind of stuff that Plato would sort of show Socrates doing with this syllogistic type of reasoning, the walking people down the primrose path of these assumptions, and then cut their feet out from under them by showing them actually, if you accept your premises, the conclusion doesn't really follow. But then there's also this, you can acquire knowledge through storytelling, through the experiences of other people, through mythos. And so Plato was kind of interesting, historically, because he was really one of the first to kind of merge those two things, because he would tell stories through dialogue. And so you would also see like, this is the guy and what happens to the guy when he's telling the stories about, this is what happened to Socrates. This is what Athens did to Socrates because they didn't like what he was saying out there in the agora. There's really as much to learn from that as there is from the syllogistic stuff that Socrates would walk people through. So anyway, that's what I wrote my thesis about, and I had really nothing particularly novel or insightful to say because I was playing pool and drinking 7 and 7. And yeah, those were the days. Desert Cat, can you explain what a proffer is and how it pertains to Higgins if you know? Yeah, so The proffer is what came up during the pretrial hearing when David Yanetti was talking about the third-party culprit defense and why he believed that should be admissible. And he referred to some stuff that was, some information that was obtained from Brian Higgins's proffer. Federal proffer agreement, I believe, is the word that he used. This is very much a term of art in criminal defense. And Mr. Yanetti as well, is he not a former federal prosecutor? Pretty sure he is. So he's got the whole other side of seeing how the proffer agreement works. So I am in the camp of this is not a casual word that just got dropped or got used to mean something else. A proffer agreement in criminal defense is pretty specific, and it is a situation where you are giving information to the federal government in exchange for that information can't be used against you. And often it's part of a bigger plea agreement type of arrangement. So feds are looking at you, they have suspicion of a crime, criminal involvement or something like that. Maybe you get a target letter where they notify you, you're being the subject of an investigation. And you'll have an opportunity to speak with them. They're gonna want to interview you, but of course you have, Miranda rights to an attorney and things like that. So hopefully if you're smart, you lawyer up before you make any decisions about whether you talk to law enforcement or not. But so that's just often the way that it kind of works throughout the process, both in the investigative stage and if there's been a charge and there's subsequently an offer for a plea agreement, there's often a proffer arrangement that's part of that because they want you to come clean about what your role is. And in exchange for that, they'll give you some benefit. Sometimes the benefit is we will give you immunity, basically, for what you tell us about. We can't use these statements against you, so we can't charge you for anything that you say. Sometimes we'll give you a benefit in terms of like a reduction in the charge as long as you are forthcoming and honest about what your participation was. Honesty is very much a condition of the proffer agreement. If you take the proffer deal and then you have your free talk and you lie and they catch you lying, the deals are off, and that includes the immunity deal that you got for that statement. So anything that you said in it that can be verified, yeah, that can now be used against you because you've breached the agreement that you had to provide honest and accurate information. So that's what a proffer is in this context, in a federal context. That's what that means. And yeah, it does sound like that's what David Yanetti was talking about, that Brian Higgins had some kind of agreement through the course of this federal investigation, or perhaps some other federal investigation. I mean, we don't know. We don't know the specifics, but he had a free chat with police, with law enforcement, with the feds, and got some benefit for that. That's what it sounds like. I'm sure we are going to find out once we get into direct what all that is about, or once we get into cross. NJ Kathy sent a super sticker. Thank you so much, Kathy. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Sadie Neal, what do you think about him saying he didn't go upstairs to the basement? Having a hard time getting the words out, huh? I mean, I think that is part of the challenge when you got a lot of pieces to a puzzle that you need to keep clear in your mind, and you got a lot of pieces you want to get out. You might stumble in the course of trying to make sure you get it all out. He's never been upstairs, never been in the basement, only been on that main floor of the house. Really wants us to know that. I mean, okay, I guess he's been in the backyard before. Nobody went in the house at all. Maybe. But I mean, we remember from the layout, the way in would be through the basement, directly from the back, unless you're going out around the gate and then coming in through one of those doors out in the front. It looks like a daylight basement, not really a daylight basement type of situation, but just they have the bulkhead, and the bulkhead is under the kitchen window. So not clear that there is a direct path in and out from that main floor to the backyard. Not entirely sure how that's all set up. But yeah, very, very specific about putting himself only in a particular part of the house. So could be meaningful, could simply be, you know, he hasn't been anywhere else in the house, so he's making that clear. Peter Sitchell, do you think Lally will run down the clock to 4? No, I don't think he will. We had that little hint of a warning from Judge Bev on Wednesday, where she made a comment about the next witness being needing to be wrapped up in a day for various reasons. It was a strange comment. They obviously know a lot more about what that means than we do. For us, that's just sort of ambiguous. But if he needs to be wrapped up in a day, then that means, Mr. Lally, no lollygagging. We don't need to be talking about your plowing experience and you know, why you need to you know, clear it in a certain way or just whatever. Don't waste our time with these details. Get to the good stuff. Give the defense their opportunity to cross-examine so they can get done. To me, that was the message that Judge Bev was sending, and sending it, you know, fairly, if obliquely to us, at least pretty directly to the parties. So no, I don't think he's going to try to run out on the clock. I think frankly we'll probably get to cross-exam before lunch. I don't know what more they're going to have to go through with him here. They're going to hit on some of these texts with Karen, and then what else is there? I don't see Lally getting to the phone destruction. I mean, he hasn't been doing a whole lot to take the sting out of that kind of evidence with any of the rest of his witnesses. He's letting the defense have those. So don't expect him to go into that, but I mean, he might. I guess we don't know. So yeah, I'm expecting we'll get to cross pretty soon. BG Borda. How confident are you that not a single juror has heard or will hear outside info on this case before it's over? It seems tough, doesn't it? I mean, it seems tough. The expectation is really that the jurors have to self-isolate. They can't be checking social media. They can't be watching the news. They can't be reading the newspaper. They can't be talking to people. They can't be overhearing stuff out in the community. Is it likely that that can consistently happen for however many weeks this thing is going to ultimately end up going on? It's hard. The expectation, though, is that if they do, they'll tell the bailiff, and most of the time, it's going to be harmless. It's not really going to matter because by virtue of the fact that they're, you know, bringing it up, they're being open, they're being transparent, and they're making it clear that, you know, this isn't going to affect me in any way. But it you know, it's not policed. It's an honor system. It's an honor system thing. Same questions came up in Depp v. Heard. You know, can you be 100% certain that nobody saw what was going on outside of the courtroom? Well, no, you really can't, because you're not policing them, and you know, we don't have a panopticon system where they're being watched all the time while they're doing their jury service. But what you do have is their vow, their oath, that if something like that does happen, they will bring it forward, that they will let the court know. And so in the absence of an ability to prove that that's not true, that's pretty much what you have. And you do have to kind of just take it on faith a little bit. So seems like it's going to be difficult to do, but I mean, that is the expectation. Funny girl, do you know if John was wearing a hat when he was found, or if it was found near his body? He had it on in all the videos at home and at the bar. Yeah, the hat. The hat is one of the missing pieces, along with, I think, the belt also. Nobody mentioned a belt that he is, you know, pretty clearly wearing in the C.F. McCarthy's video, and Karen comes up and hugs him. No comment about recovering a belt, no comment about recovering a hat, and of course the phone. The mystery of the phone has still not really been unraveled. Heard that Carrie Roberts said she saw it under his body, so she picked it up and put it in her pocket. Well, we also have a report from Michael Proctor saying he recovered it from the scene. Recovering it from the scene, that's a convenient story, isn't it? Because he didn't say when, and the scene is 34 Fairview. It could have been from anybody at 34 Fairview. Was Carrie at 34 Fairview when he got it? Did he get it from her? We still don't have a good chain of custody for this phone. But the hat, we didn't hear anything about him wearing a hat. In fact, they said, you know, he had the injuries to his eyes. When we see him, you know, certainly he doesn't have a hat on. He's got the injury to the back of his head. Carrie is saying she had to wrap his head in blankets and they were bleeding. So nothing at all in there about him having a hat. Nothing about them finding a hat, recovering a hat, taking a hat into evidence. That is a question, isn't it? It's a piece of the puzzle that has not been made to fit yet. It's just out there. We don't know where the hat is, where it went. Did it get left in Karen's car? Could have. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. Well, that's all we got for the comments so far. This is a little bit of a long recess, isn't it? Taking a little bit more time this morning. Wonder if they're getting some donuts or something. Some nice frozen donuts to start the day. On cue. Here they are coming back. And they're right to sidebar. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Yep, that's what we needed. Oh, another cobalt blue in the front row with the O'Keefe family. I gotta say, that cobalt blue, I just always love that. That will win me over every time. It's just one of my favorite looks. I don't know that there's anybody that color looks bad on. I just love it. It's so royal. What are we sidebarring about now? I mean, hopefully it's, we about done, Mr. Lally? Are we going to go through every text on the 59 pages? No, because we're going to get through with this witness today for a variety of reasons. I would love to know what those reasons are. Please, to be a fly on the wall and to know what those reasons are. We're ready for the fireworks anytime. We're ready for the fireworks. This question, do you know why they moved to a smaller courtroom from Coxsackie? Yeah, this was the move that they made in response to the defense. Basically, the defense had argued that the configuration of the big courtroom violated the confrontation rights because about half of the witnesses are seated all the way behind the witness. They can't see the witness's face while they're testifying. And that is a little bit of a problem because a big part of the job is observing their demeanor. So Judge Bev gave one of those rulings where she very adamantly insisted that, there's absolutely no confrontation problem here, and we've been doing trials in this courtroom for 100 years or whatever. But nevertheless, went ahead and moved it into this smaller courtroom because it's configured differently and it solves that problem. The witnesses can now all see, the jurors can now all see the face of the witnesses as they testify. So that's why we're in the small courtroom. There's not nearly as much room for the public there. It's just family and whoever gets the press pass for that morning. I'll go on a little rant while I have a moment about the press pass policy because that sucks, okay? To me, that just pisses me off. The press is not special, okay? They are not some elite category of citizens that have more right than anybody else to be in that courtroom. And so to give them special status to be able to go in when the rest of the public cannot, I don't like it. I hate it. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's fair. I think it's some bullshit. It should be a first come, first served
Jurors,
type
we
of
appreciate your
situation.
patience. We actually made things easier for you. So it was worth the time.
We made things easier for you. Well, great. So anyway, that's my little rant on the press pass. Hate courts that do that. I think it's lame. press is not the elect when it comes to getting into the courtroom. And frankly, because so many of them are so incompetent at reporting what they're
And
seeing anyway.
Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yeah, sure.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay? All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Presenting for you now a separate series of documents of 118 pages in length. Page number just for your references on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
103A.
103A.
That's a lot of screenshots.
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A.
A lot of screenshots you took
And jurors, you'll have
to
both
not have to hand over your
Exhibit
phone.
104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with Exhibit 104. Okay.
So much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I don't know what that means. You wrote a transcript or
All
something
right,
of the
Mr. Lally.
text?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the Your Honor screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1. Still. Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially, you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles would be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
So what does that mean?
Now, as far
We all
as
want to know what that
that
means.
communication is concerned, is the weed whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And what did it
And-
mean?
how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired?
Because she
between
cut
the
him
two of you
off?
that led to
Did
that?
she cut him off
So I was
when
leaving.
they were drinking?
I believe my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker, and I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
I think she would cut him
Now,
off.
sir, if I could direct your
And
attention
that's why they called
to
her the
page
weed whacker.
6 within that exhibit before you.
And that's why he's texting her some booze.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered? Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
You know, I believe they are. That's why I hesitated. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways. Turn the page.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's
Because she
speaking
cut
and
his
what
balls
is
or
being said in
something.
this communication.
That's why he calls her
So
weed
again,
whacker.
I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lido show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again.
Ha ha.
Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and
Who's
Lido
Melissa?
show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes, and just indicates
this still
whom is speaking
120?
at different points.
Okay, so
Or
the defendant
112?
said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say.
In
And I believe I was
nickname?
referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
Oh, that sounds like a great time.
As far as
Good
either one of
Lord.
those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
A guy got shot
Well,
in the
I
head.
mean,
You
I
should
definitely went to
come.
Nashville for that benefit.
Good Lord.
For one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you
Cutting
could
his
read
balls with the
from
weed
that page of
whacker?
communication as
Is that
far
what
as
he's doing?
who's speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, "No, you're not a creep." I said, "Nope." She said, "You're kind of a loner," which I used to be. I responded, "No, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out?" And then I typed "circle of trust" in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have that. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, "Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people," PPL, people abbreviated. "You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young." And I responded, "He died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it?" I responded, "Cancer." Defendant responded, "I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind?"
What does that mean?
I responded, "Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL."
This is
If
definitely
I
a
could turn your
woman
attention
showing
to
interest.
the next page, page 18.
She's interested in him. You don't ask personal questions about people if you're not
And
interested.
again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, "You're funny." Defendant responded, "Yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside." I responded, "Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out." Then I said, "Who chats?" ? Defendant responded, "Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat." I responded, "That's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton, spit it out." Defendant responded, "You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door." I said, "Oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now." And then I believe it starts to say "out of rotation?" ?
Out of the rotation.
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20.
I'm not saying this is flirty, you guys. I'm saying she is interested in him as a human being. She's interested in
And
the
again, sir, if
person,
we
not
could,
just the
read from that.
superficial, what do you watch on TV stuff.
I'm in the blue bubbles
is showing
again.
interest
I
in
said,
him.
"I just got
It could be
a
on a friend
Saturday
level,
invite."
but it could be more.
The defendant said, "Did you say yes?" ? I said, "Not yet," with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, "What did you say, Mr. Elusive?" I responded, "No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I'm shy." The defendant responded, "We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you." And I said, "Haha."
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up.
I'm gonna kill the subtitles just while we're
Then
reading all these texts.
I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them, question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26. And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me? Defendant responded, no, I'm serious.
Well, that's definitely
I responded,
flirty.
failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at
Well, the date should
Mr.
be on
O'Keefe's
it
house
if you
on that
screenshotted
particular
it.
evening, do you
Where is
recall
it?
How you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And you went and
when
told
you
John
went
right
to
away,
leave,
right? Because he's your
which
friend?
exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage. I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me,
And how did she kiss you?
not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that
Well,
fair
no.
to say?
Yes,
Like a romantic kiss?
that's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house, if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have, I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
No, you'd been flirting with
And
her,
about how
telling her
long was
she's
it
hot,
between
and
when
you
that-
didn't expect
when the
that?
defendant kissed you and when you left?
Well, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning, question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you, question mark, hello? And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe, were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out, or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
And sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles.
You're just my type.
Hillside for
She
sure.
knew he liked her.
When were you
That was
interested?
it.
Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30.
John wasn't nice to her,
If
and
I
she
could ask
thought
you
he
to read
liked
from that,
her,
sir.
and that was attractive to her. Story as old as
I'm in
time.
the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded
Tell
that
me
you're
more
hot,
about myself
smart,
and what you
witty,
like.
but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty. I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? what's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could
Okay.
turn your attention to the next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33.
Yeah, she signals interest and then wants him to
I
pick
could
up
ask
the
you to read
cue and
from
take
that,
it
sir.
from there, take control, be in charge, make the
I
decision
said,
for
spit it
her.
out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded,
Some type of face.
me too, balls in your court.
Bad
What do you
emoji
want,
game,
Karen?
Mr. Higgins.
You look great tonight.
That's not how the kids
If I could
do
direct
it.
your attention to the next page, 35, and the last, or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
I'm hot for the hillside, low comps.
Page
Ugh,
35?
Karen.
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon and some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36. And if you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, "We kissed, comma, right? Question mark." So then I put a question mark on her question and said, "Is this a trick question?" Defendant said, "I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house," with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, "Are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this." Defendant responded, "I live here, but I have property in Enfield." I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, "Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility." I responded, "You started
That
this,
sounds
right?
honest.
Question mark. Why did you get my number?" And it says, "Each out to me." It meant to say, "Reach out to me." I then said, "Still have not told me."
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page 37 and ask you to read from that.
Yeah, the dates, or is that the number? It's the number that's blocked
Defendant
out.
said, "Sorry, should I not have?" I responded, "I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer." Defendant said, "You're
Because
mad
she
at
doesn't
me?"
want responsibility.
I
She told
said,
you that.
"OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly."
She wants
Defendant
you
said,
to
"I
be the
told
knight
you!"
in
Exclamation
shining
point.
armor
"I
who
just
comes
think you
and
like
carries
me
her
and I'm
away and
attracted
saves
to
her
you."
from her
And then she
unhappiness.
said, "A lot." I responded, "Feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming." Defendant said, "Why?" Question mark. I responded, "Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation." Defendant responded, "I was, but things have deteriorated."
And if I could direct your attention to the next page 38 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "Why?" Question mark. "How so?" Question mark. "What did Melissa say when you asked for my number?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up." I responded, "He seems very into you." Defendant responded, "I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it." I said, "That's cute. She wasn't suspicious?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "No, she's great." I responded, "Does she know you like me?" Question mark. Defendant responded, "She's a sweetie. We just agreed. You are great," with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
Why did we skip? I mean, not on my
Defe-
mind. This is like a lot of.
Defendant
Just
said,
cringy
"Yeah, but
nothing,
where
but-
is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water." I responded, "Are you breaking up or staying together?" Defendant responded, "I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation."
That is a
I
fucked up
responded,
situation.
"When was that and how did you find out he hooked up?" Question mark. "I don't want to complicate your situation." Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, "It does matter."
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page 41 and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, "Did they bang?" Question mark. The defendant responded, "Does that matter?" Question mark. I said, sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. Defendant responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Then I typed on. Defendant responded,
charmer.
I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46. Ask you to read from
I'll
that.
shrink myself down so that I can read those a little better.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology, question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. What do you want from me, question mark. I responded, what's on the table, question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally, question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
Thank you, sir. I could direct your attention to page
Oh, God,
57, sir.
more. Sorry.
Ask you
More,
to read from
there's
that.
more. Look, this is pretty clear that she wants a way out, but she wants it certain. I mean, clear to me anyway. She's exploring.
It starts off in blue. I
if
said,
he's gonna
I
get
can
her
go to
out,
any base, but
but she
usually
wants him
Hanscom and
to-
Bedford are down to the
to do
Cape.
it.
Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the
Duty-free
text
shop.
communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant
right
said, I
here.
don't know, question mark. It's in old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton, question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why, question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 61, and ask you to read from that.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated, dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? Question mark. Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? Question mark. Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang?
Now we know why girl was so
And ask you to
pissed.
turn to the next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
Oh, my Lord.
I'm in the blue. I said, did they bang? Question mark. Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's, I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role.
Babysitter with
no, I
benefits.
doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere, without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 64, ask you to read from that, sir.
So
Defendant
this is the
said,
end?
basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink? Question mark. I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that
Is that the end of the
occurs on
text
one
then?
time or more
Because
than
that's the end of the exhibit.
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74.
Oh, no. Okay, there are
Would you
more.
read from
Great.
that?
Even more.
Defendant said, are you single? Question mark. I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? Question mark, question mark. I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? Question mark. Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, it should say you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Question mark, question mark. I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Question mark. Usually do it when they do live with, usually do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77.
More?
And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump. It should say your shit
Your
up
shit
too
up.
much.
Oh, you want to neg
Defendant
her.
responded,
You want to neg her.
thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah,
Oh.
he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji. I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking
John
up? Question mark,
knew.
question mark.
John
And
knew.
I said, OMG, great.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
I
John
responded,
knew.
I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there with some question marks? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and Gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far
What?
as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's
He
house,
didn't even
is that
see the
something
kiss
that
and he
you
thought
were
they
aware was
hooked
there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say the shit out of yourself, because I'm a lot of fun.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's, and then I said in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 PM and I'm super cool.
Aren't
So
these
right,
out of order?
So right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley
Where
face.
he called her
I
trouble?
responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
9-0.
90, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance, so you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I have been,
Yes, she knows you would just
I've
give it
been
up.
a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
And if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir, question mark. Probably, are you having a drink right now, question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99.
Please don't be like a bottle between her tits. Phew,
And ask you to read from that,
thank
sir.
you.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys and I have issues with John and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I could now direct you to page 102. And ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me, question mark, question mark.
Yeah, we're gonna get more.
If I could direct your attention to page 107.
Ugh.
Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, "At a bar, question mark?"
So
I
this
responded,
seems really
"I wasn't
skipping around.
suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said, "Probably after 8. I responded, "Okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure." Defendant responded, "I will a drink." It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, "What do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark." Defendant responded, "Sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having." I responded, "Haha, send me a pic of you two."
Of you two?
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house
Send me a
in West
pic.
Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
This page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird
But you
experience.
did.
It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over Mr. O'Keefe's house for the patrons?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and it was just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said,
So this is
with
the
talking,
end.
question mark, no. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond, and I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd, I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
yes,
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No,
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
no, I have not.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
Lights back up finally. Finally done with that. Good Lord.
Sir, if I could.
That was kind of excruciating.
A couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, you recall that?
I do.
Well, how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance, less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away,
Yes.
well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so more what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of I mean, it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nope, he's done. That's his tell right there. May I have a moment?
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Well, hearing a lot of you guys in the chat saying that doesn't sound like motive to murder John, and yeah, I gotta agree with that. I mean, she seems to be feeling out this guy. He's not biting. So she dropped him. I mean, that's kind of that. I don't know. I don't know what this is supposed to really show for her. I'm, kind of leaning with you guys in the chat that are saying this looks a little bit more like a reason for there to be a fight between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe than like a reason for Karen to kill John. She's very ambivalent about her relationship with John. That's very clear. He's not very nice to her. He doesn't treat her well on vacation. Messed around with some nasty girl while he's leaving her to take care of the kids. And she's ambivalent because she's got the bond with the kids now. They depend on her. She has a responsibility. She's going to feel guilty about it. Does this sound like a fog situation? You guys know what I mean by fog? Fear, obligation, guilt. Why do people stay in relationships that certainly abusive relationships, not that this necessarily was, at least overtly, but potentially emotionally, treating somebody like a babysitter with benefits that doesn't matter. Yeah, that can be emotionally pretty harmful. So why does somebody stay there? Fog, fear, obligation, guilt. Fear of the unknown. She doesn't want to be alone. She wants to see if this guy will be a safety net. He's not panning out to be a good safety net. Obligation, the kids. Guilt, the kids. The kids are depending on her. They're used to her. And it sounds like she's saying John is not necessarily equipped to be a good parent in her perspective. They're fighting about that kind of thing a lot. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay, without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes,
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
yes, I did.
Spicy start.
And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No,
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
one.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half
In person or over the phone?
in person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
What, was he getting harassed? Did somebody send him a mean letter? Where's the attorney? Is he in the building? Weird that he's not in the room for the testimony. That's weird. I mean, normally you bring your lawyer to court with you so he can save your butt if you're about to get into some hot water. He can invoke privilege for you. He can, be sure that he's there if you're going to invoke. If you're going to invoke the fifth, he's going to need to argue that. He's going to need to know the context. Why is he not in the courtroom? Weird. How would he get a seat? Maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's the answer. There is no seat. But I have to think that the lawyer for the witness is going to get a special accommodation. I mean, they did it before, right? Where the lawyer came in and sort of stood there by the door while Brian Albert was testifying. We could do that again. I don't know why he's not. It's a little bit strange. A little bit strange. Corn Pope is asking, I'm not sure if you saw my last question. Does he kind of have to leave if he knows this is Higgins will lie? No, he's not the one putting Higgins on the stand.
Other than
but
that
he
piece of mail that you handed.
may not want to
Lieutenant Tully,
correct
was there
him.
Any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes,
In June of 2023, right?
yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
Did
It was born out of
tragedy,
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's
Yeah.
called,
That was
I
weird,
think in
the proxy
in
card.
the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. Well, the friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes,
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
yes,
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those two bay doors at your leisure.
well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right, but the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
All based on your
You'd had that
personal
office
relationship.
for, what, back in June, back
Close
in
the circle.
January of 2022, probably had that office for more than, what, 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes,
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am, a special agent, yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
He's
That's,
got a desk job.
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe able to.
I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do,
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before, funeral, I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert,
Okay.
Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez, is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance,
Yes,
go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
retirement parties, yes, things
Might,
like that.
Retirement parties?
Might
Like whose
meet up
retirement
at
party?
a bar and have a social drink together,
Yes,
might share a meal together, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people. Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
I heard that.
Did you
That was a
say
joke.
that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Across now.
Yes.
Matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
I don't want
Break
to know what
bread
this
together,
guy
have
thinks
meals
frequently
together.
is.
Absolutely had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes,
Well, could you rephrase it?
sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay, so my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized, absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the question. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it.
No secrets
You
here.
also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, our Officer Hernandez. before
Objection,
you
Your
ever
Honor.
knew-
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes,
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
yes,
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your Honor.
Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
And
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
you were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Even Chief Berkowitz was a little scared of Brian Albert. So my suspicion is they're not letting them get into this because this is the third party culprit stuff. This is the direct pointing the finger at somebody saying he did it, you were responsible. And in her view, there's not enough of a link there to get into this, what could be kind of propensity sort of stuff under one light. But on the other perspective, it also, somebody's reputation for violence goes to the potential for self-defense. So, for example, if John knows that Brian Albert has this reputation for violence, that can affect how he reacts if there's a situation where, for example, Brian Albert like squares up at him or something like that. So in terms of just establishing how people behaved, it's probably not okay. Like you can't use it to show this guy's a fighter, therefore he probably fought on this occasion. That's the 404B stuff we talked about on Wednesday. The prejudice versus the probative value. You don't get to use it to show propensity. This guy's a fighter, therefore he fought John. You don't get to do that. So that's my guess as to why these objections are being sustained. That said, the jury is hearing the questions. You know, this is a little bit of a low blow. He's playing around the edges with the ref here, but I mean, this is the rule. You know, you ask the question, they object, the judge rules. I have a feeling what they're sorting out now at sidebar is basically, is there going to be any way you can get to this stuff that's going to be not objectionable? Like we're not going to keep going through the try it over in front of the jury. It's just that's not it's not good form. They're hearing too much. It's not proper. So if they're not, then she's going to cut it off. And she's not going to let him go there. She's likely having him explain, what are you trying to do here? What are you trying to get at? What's the purpose? Make it work in a way that fits with the rules of evidence. But if you're just here trying to show he was a violent kind of guy, it's probably not going to work. You don't try people on their character. That's a very un-American thing to do. That guy's a bad guy, therefore he's guilty. No, we don't do that here because even bad guys are innocent of some things. They have not actually committed, you know, every single crime ever. Just because you point the finger at a bad guy doesn't mean that he did it. And this goes back to, you know, none of us are all saints anyway. We're all bad guys in some respect.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
Had to move
I
on.
am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years?
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally, is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out
I
to
have.
bars with him, is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside, is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson is ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey,
It is.
and ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons? Were you set?
No, he was probably. Maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it?
Pound of beer.
I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume that.
Well, all right. So
Well, that wasn't, so.
Let's, question. Yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day. And I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Did Brian text him
Well, I
that
didn't
John
see
was
him.
there?
I dropped him off in Boston
Or was going
PVD
to be
district
there?
down there in Charlestown. And I'm
No, 'cause
assuming he
got there
drove back
first.
towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did, yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
Figure of speech, but he's
Or the truth,
asking you about that
right?
figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed, is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay, yep.
you exchanged flirtatious texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the
was the
28th,
Friday
she didn't
before,
respond.
or the Saturday,
And the
Sunday
29th,
before.
she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
actually,
weren't,
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting.
We're not
I'm
talking about that.
After you said, well,
Yeah.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right
Oh
there.
God, don't make us look
you,
again,
Bev.
please,
Yes.
Bev. But I guess we have to. Yeah, it was the Sunday before the Friday. I remember that because it stood out. She dropped you after that.
Thank you. Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay? So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
Over 11 days. That's
I believe so, yes.
I don't know the math.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate? When you say physical?
Correct. I'm not
Yes.
talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Ms. Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
And when she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl." Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her, were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, "Why won't you answer the question?" And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
The avoidance?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like,
The real deal?
"Why did you get my number?" and
Maybe
reach
she was
out?"
right that it
That's a
doesn't
quote from the
exist.
text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, "Now what?" Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, "So now what?" Correct?
Yes.
You texted, "I would hang out," meaning with you,
Yes.
correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate? It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Wants to hook up.
Well, there's a
not
difference
send
between
flowers.
dating and hanging out. I mean,
Oh.
it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Oh,
Mr.
God,
Higgins,
the hanging
well,
out.
Not if both people are dating other people.
You were
right?
just in the
Happens all
texting
the time.
stage.
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course you're not going to go
Why'd
there
you say
because
the real
that would
deal?
put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and That answer will be stricken
I'm
now.
sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Okay? Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay? So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question
Waiting.
is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her, romantically, correct?
No.
The
No.
real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like,
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
Wanted a woman to love him and hold him.
It's possible.
right?
That's what he wanted.
And
That's
she was
sad.
answering
He
with
did want that.
things like, when you said, now
Now
what?
he's
She
hurting.
answered, I don't know.
I don't
Correct?
like seeing him hurt like this.
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well,
Okay.
right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
And you weren't
When you
getting the
texted-
feedback from her you wanted.
You want the real deal. She responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John, correct?
No, not at all.
But in fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
She
Until the
ghosted him.
29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
She ghosted him.
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
Oh,
That was
I
frustrating
do
to
feel
you,
bad for
that
this
she
guy.
just stopped
This
communicating.
is hard to
wasn't
have
it?
this
No,
play
not
out
at
in
all.
public.
You had been moving through this mindset
So
of
humiliating.
exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful
Very
woman,
cutting.
thought was interested in you, just like that.
If it was
It's
just a
done.
booty call, it's just
Right?
an ego
No.
thing. It wouldn't hurt him.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She
Yeah.
also sent me a text with arrows
50-some
saying the phone
pages.
works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because
After,
from the 23rd
a week after.
onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts. Correct.
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
Or the one before.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess?
What I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today? And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go to 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock. if
She
that
wants
works
him
for you.
done
If
today.
it doesn't work for any one of you,
Plenty of time for cross.
vote officer no.
Chair is leaving your notebooks on your chairs. All right, follow me, jury up.
I don't know. You guys can tell me if I'm just a sucker. I'm a softie. I'm a romantic at heart, but I do. I feel like he is hurt more than just in the ego. This is not
So
just
why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar?
a girl who didn't want to get in his bed. He was legitimately hurt by it, by her ghosting him, because she showed that personal interest and he responded, and then it didn't go anywhere. I don't know. I could totally be off base with that. I'm going to concede that guys are better judges of guys than me. So, guys in the chat, I guess you're going to have a better read on that. But I feel bad for him, watching him on the stand going through this, because that is a hurtful thing. And not just, oh, my ego. If it's just your ego, I think you're just going to get mad. You're going to be annoyed by it. You're going to be pissed. You're going to be kind of embarrassed. You're going to be, oh my God. That's not the read I'm getting on him. It's not. He's denying it. He's in denial about the ghosting because he doesn't want it to be that. It can't be that she's not interested in him. I don't know. Just my read. Just my read. I think he got his hopes up. He wanted the real deal. He said it right out. He wants a woman to love him and hold him and not have to go home alone and drink and fall asleep on the couch. That's what he wants. Yeah, poor guy. I mean, I think that's probably what most men want. Not everybody. But I don't think that's a hard thing. But unfortunately, he's behaving in the same sort of way as a lot of the young people today that seem to be having a lot of problems making their own kind of romantic connections like that. I don't know if that's real or if that's just, what you see because of what people choose to talk about online or whatever, but the whole lonely generation, Gen Z and the late millennials and stuff, they're having a hard time making romantic connections with each other. Big battle of the sexes kind of energy. And so I don't think it's helping him to be kind of adopting those strategies because those strategies aren't working well. I don't know how much of that is the shift to the digital era. All this trying to develop relationships over text message, but then as a result, you can't have a real conversation face to face. When you actually meet face to face, you're saying it's awkward. You need that screen to hide behind and to give you comfort. That's kind of my sense of just where some of that difficulty in connecting is coming from today. So yeah, and then she ghosts him, and God, that's painful. That's painful because you got no explanation. You don't know what to expect. You're just sort of on the hook. What's going to happen now? Am I supposed to just sit around here and wait for her to decide she wants to talk to me again? Am I supposed to give up hope? I don't know. I think the ghosting thing is pretty cruel. It's a very bad relationship pattern that seems to be very common now. Again, because all this stuff is happening behind screens. It's not happening out in a real community where like the people that you meet and talk to and get interested in have connections with other people that you know. And there's a network effect kind of like that. And that's going to keep you in line with your behavior and how you treat people, because you treat somebody badly and they're friends with your friends. You know, somebody might call you out on that. You might have some accountability for that. But when you just meet randos online and text with them for a while and, you know, play games and play the feelings game, but then have awkward moments in person and stuff like that, and, you know, never pull the trigger on actually allowing that to develop in a real life type of situation, what's the blowback for ghosting? I mean, there isn't any, but it's such a terrible way to treat people. It really is. So I do have to say that does, you know, it does affect my opinion of Karen a bit. It's not a nice way to treat people. It's a girl player kind of move. She sees that he's interested. She likes that he's interested. She's going to reach out to that and see if it gives her opportunities. She's the one that's sussing out really maybe as much as he is. And so doesn't materialize in a way she likes. She doesn't like the responses. She doesn't like the personal connection. Whatever it is she doesn't like, she drops him. And that's not kind. That's not a kind thing to do. None of this is a kind thing to do. Again, nobody's a saint. Does that make her a murderer? No. No. And I definitely see where the defense is going with all of this, that he's the one that really kind of seems like in this context is going to have more of the motivation to go at John more than her. I mean, her answer is just walk away. You know, if they have a fight and she's at the end of her rope with John, I mean, her difficulty has been, I don't know if I want to pull the trigger on breaking up, because it's so complicated with the kids and it's this fucked up situation. She gets in a fight with John that's a rager, or you know, boundary crossed, red line.
You are muted.
In a way, that can be a blessing, because it's made the decision for you, and now you're gonna walk. Makes that decision really easy, and she doesn't have to have that ambivalence anymore. So I'm not seeing this add up as motive to kill John. Now I saw some folks in the chat when I was explaining why I don't think they're letting Brian Albert's history of violence or whatever, his reputation for violence, come in, because it goes to character. And I saw a lot of people suggesting, well, that's a real double standard with Karen, because all this junk that we're seeing right now and the stuff with Aruba and things like that. And I can't disagree with you that there is a fine line between character and what's going on with that stuff, which is motive. If any of Brian Albert's bad character went to show hostility to Brian, if he had, or to John, if he had previously fought with John, that would be relevant, because that would show a state of mind of anger and aggression and hostility, etc., towards John. It's directly relevant to what his state of mind is in interacting with this person. And the state of mind is really what your motive is all about. Brian gets in fight with lots of people doesn't tend to prove a motive to kill John. It just proves this is a guy that likes to fight. It doesn't mean one way or the other that he fought this particular guy on this particular occasion. With Karen, now I'm not saying this is a good motive, or even that this is more than really the most tenuous link to a motive. But that is what it is. This is not just being introduced to be like, Karen is a terrible person, Karen wasn't loyal, you know, whatever. It's to show they had these difficulties in their relationship. She had anger towards John. She was mad at him for cheating on her, et cetera, et cetera. And so then when the incident, whatever happened in the car to lead her to send all of those angry texts, it relates to her motive because it relates to she's mad at John for basically not being a good boyfriend. He's not a good boyfriend. She's, certainly doesn't seem to think that. Is it a great motive? No, definitely not. And I mean, I've agreed this Aruba stuff, it's so tenuous. But that's at least the hook. That's the reason for it. That's the rationale behind it. We don't necessarily have to agree with it, but that is the distinction that's being drawn between why it's okay to get into all this stuff with Karen and why it's not okay to get into all this stuff with Brian Albert. That's why we got that limiting instruction, even though it's, in many ways kind of nonsense and sort of undermines itself. You give the jury a big instruction, it just kind of, gets them to, draws their attention to what they're about to hear. Oh, this is going to be something really important, right? And then it's something that they're supposed to only consider for a very limited purpose because it's detrimental. That's why you're giving this limiting instruction in the first place. But that's why they do it, to tell them you don't get to consider it for whether Karen's a bad person. You don't get to consider it for whether it means she had a propensity to kill him, whether she actually killed him at the time. Just goes to her state of mind and her motive. If the Brian Albert stuff was admissible, it would almost be certainly with some kind of similar instruction like that. You're allowed to consider it for purposes of whatever hostility, antagonism he might have had towards John, but you can't just admit it to show he's a violent guy with a violent character, and therefore, he's the one that's most likely to have gotten involved in a violent confrontation. Well, so if we're going to have a short lunch, then guys, I am going to have to take my quick break here. And I don't know if you can hear the dog snoring. He's Lally did his work on him again. And so far, Mr. Jackson has not woken him up. But I'm going to run him outside real quick and make sure everybody's okay. Do my check on everybody, all the living things around. Grab my bite real quick, and then I will be back shortly. So thanks so much for hanging there with me. And I'll be right back. All right, guys, gonna try to come back in a little quietly, not with the jump scare. Thanks for holding down the fort. Got everybody taken care of here. Old dog will probably be back snoring in short order. Unless Mr. Jackson gives us some fireworks. Waiting for those fireworks, not seeing them so far. So far I'm just seeing more of the same of what I already know and kind of cringe through with the texting and a lot of digging those fingers into that wound. I get it, you have to. That is the motive. He does seem to be the one with the strongest motive against John in all of this. So I know you have to explore that. Thought we were going to start off with a bang there with the met with the attorney, but that just really fizzled. Really fizzled, didn't go anywhere. The attorney's not even in the room. And still actively working for the ATF. Definitely caught that. So, I mean, that tells us a lot, right? Okay, he's been reassigned to a desk, but he's not on admin leave. He's not, you know, apparently being investigated for anything. Certainly not facing charges. Not at this point in time. Hasn't been charged with anything. So it puts into a little different light what the status of things are right now. We are probably only just getting started with this cross-examination, given Judge Bev's instructions that the lunch is going to be short and the day is going to be long. They have an idea of what they're going to go through and how long it's going to take. She wants him done today. Don't know why. Such a mystery with that. Maybe this is what the medical notes are all about. Maybe he's like got a procedure tomorrow or something. I don't know. But yeah, a lot still to come. And, you know, they set the expectations high. Fireworks, that's high expectations. I'm expecting a show. I'm expecting drama. And these texts aren't it. I mean, Real Housewives kind of stuff, okay, sure. But does that excite me? Not really. I mean, it's kind of boring, honestly. It's just, it's not a story that we haven't heard, you know, a whole bunch of times. Guys, 2 seconds. I realized I forgot my tea. I'll be all right. Started getting thirsty there. Realized I was all alone. I'm on a white tea kick right now. I'm kind of obsessed. It's been going on for probably a couple months. I've always liked white tea, but just for some reason right now, like I really want it. Like that's what I want. I can be a little bit of a tea snob, you know. Got to brew at the right temperature. Don't oversteep it. Yada, yada, that type of thing. So I'm on the Silver Needle white tea. It's this whole white tea. It's fantastic. If I could describe what it tastes like, it's like what roasted honey would taste like. It's just so good. It's got a little sweet, little earthy, little like smoke kind of flavor to it. It's great tea. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not White Claw. Okay, we have some White Claws in our fridge that I'm pretty sure are about 2 years old from back when we threw a party for one of my friends when my friend Heidi turned 40, and we had her birthday party at my house. So we went out and bought a bunch of drinks and stuff, just a whole mix of things so that, you know, whatever people liked, there could be here. We bought some White Claw. I don't think anybody drank a single White Claw. And so Now there has been White Claw in the fridge. I'll probably get around to throwing it away at some point because I am not going to drink it. But I keep thinking maybe someday someone will come by the house that actually wants to drink a White Claw. But it hasn't happened yet. So, yeah, man, fireworks. I'm waiting for them. You're going to set expectations that high, you better deliver. You really better deliver. Don't leave me hanging. Don't just be giving me these texts. There's got to be good stuff. I feel like there's stuff there because Judge Bev knows it's there. She's, giving these signals about how you might be able to get there, et cetera, et cetera. But we're not there. We're not there yet. Nothing pyrotechnic at this point in time. Oh, let's see where we're at with some of the comments. Let's see. Oh, I pulled this one up. What is that item the woman is putting on her mouth? The court reporter. This is a voice court reporter. We don't have anybody that does it this way in my immediate jurisdiction, but I am aware of it. It's just a different way of doing live court reporting. And so what I'm used to is you have the stenographer, they have a special keyboard. And the way it works is they have these phonetic types of symbols that they use to take down. They take down what they hear by sound and then are able to go back and translate that into, a written transcript. This voice translation is, or voice transcription, it's a similar process where they have shorthand sounds, I guess, that they make into their microphone. And what they're basically doing is just repeating what is said in court in a sort of shorthand form that then, gets turned into a written transcript. So the mask is basically to keep other noise out, keep it away from the microphone. So she is able to just, get the sound isn't going to be messed up by ambient noise going on in the courtroom. I've seen some people question why we're even still doing it that way in the era of a lot of, sound technology options. Why don't you just digitally record it? I'm going to be really sad when court reporting is finally gone by the wayside because I can just tell you, trying to record things with an audio, system, microphones around the courtroom, it sucks. It's terrible. These systems are terrible. They're absolutely awful. Court clerks forget to turn them on. They have a mic sitting at the desk and people have no mic discipline. So they walk halfway across the room and talk. You can't hear anything. The mics go in and out. They crackle. So many sound qualities, just issues that make it very, very difficult for the transcriptionist who then later has to go back and listen to that and turn it into something that's usable. The court reporter is also really good at being able to alert people, don't talk over each other. You need to go one at a time so you can get everything down. You don't have that when there's just audio recording in the voice room. So you'll have a whole bunch of people talking at once. The court reporter, the transcriptionist can't tell what any of it is. It got really bad during COVID because a lot of courtrooms had to relocate for a while to get distancing requirements. Like you're calling in a jury pool of 100 people or whatever, you need to be able to socially distance. So you need massive spaces. And most conventional courtrooms around here, they just didn't have any kind of room for something like that. So what they're doing is they're finding old warehouses and airplane hangars and things like that they're holding court in. And the result then is these are not sound engineered buildings. You're just sort of transporting a temporary sound system over there into, a big open metal building with echoes everywhere. You can't hear anything. It sounds like the trial is happening in a tin can. You can't tell anything. So transcript quality was extremely bad from a lot of places during COVID. And the record is really important. Details matter a lot of the time. And so if they're not able to get those details clearly captured, then that can be a problem. So anyway, that's what's going on with her mouth. She's talking into that, and that's helping with the preparation of the transcript. Duchess of Dissent, then why was one of her first thoughts was the kids after he died? Because I think this goes back to the obligation and guilt thing. Oh, I hear there's sound. There's sound, but there's no visual yet. We haven't
All right,
turned off the
Mr.
camera.
Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins,
Oh, what's going on here?
before we broke for lunch,
Oh, there they go.
we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Ms. Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, and not once but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs to.
I'm sorry. Something that was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second.
Back on class.
Maybe that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, did you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Haha, stranger, stranger.
And then what was the response from Ms. Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond to that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
No, that's all I have for that.
Okay.
Let's bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
I
you
don't
did
know how to
read what
interpret
she
that
said
either.
with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And
She
then
wants
you
more?
responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
And did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that. No.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with
That was the first time.
that was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
So it was
Did
on
you
your
discuss
mind.
your
You
flirtatious
shared it.
relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No,
Never.
no,
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Reed, I'm sorry, with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up,
no.
even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You'd been drinking since about what time? What time, that's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
On what day?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th,
Yeah.
when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No,
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the Waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the Waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the Waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No,
You had had several drinks before you even got to the Waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the Waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove
The Jeep,
over to the
yes.
Waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall.
I'm
I
sorry.
was at the
Left
waterfall.
the Waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the Waterfall, were you already there?
Yes,
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him,
Yes.
but she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that, different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No,
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you.
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug, what was the other
She
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What
work.
interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure.
In my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
But not
Right.
you.
The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you
Not
enough
flirtatious.
to send her a text that
Passive
said,
aggressive.
with 6 M's behind it,
Okay.
and, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
Guys, don't flirt like this. It's
I think
not
you know what I
flirty.
mean.
Yeah, I
It's
think
childish.
you do too, sir. You meant,
like a kid.
well, when are you gonna pay attention to me?
Tugging
No,
to get
that's
your
not correct.
attention.
Well,
It's
why are
attention
you
seeking.
ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Passive aggressive.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of, like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately, it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Yeah, she
Can you
did.
say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her, yes.
Okay,
She didn't respond.
that wasn't my question.
What,
My
what,
question is she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text
She thought that was funny.
or she didn't
They
see
both
it, I
thought
don't know.
that was funny.
I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it.
I don't know her
So
state
when-
of mind.
Everybody was leaving. Did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're if everybody's hurting out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No,
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
no,
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
no.
You just left.
That's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too. Correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that, at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No,
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
at 2:20,
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes,
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
no,
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
no, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes,
After Karen ignored you.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
yes,
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
You see the mailbox, which is about right there.
Yes.
Okay, where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, it would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where your laser pointer is, it would be the front,
Okay, so the front of the Jeep is facing the flagpole,
towards Chapman Street, correct.
and the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Stanchion. He used the
Okay.
term stanchion. Good job, Jackson.
You indicated the plow was a 6-foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6 foot,
Meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay,
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like, I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not gonna have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening, correct?
I was like I would describe this diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to.
Because you had whiskey at
I'm
home.
not a beer drinker.
Did he
You've
say he's not
indicated
that big a
in a
drinker? He went
prior
home to drink
testimony
more.
that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like, were you talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes, no.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing, is that right?
Yes,
In May of 2023.
yes,
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
Yes.
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath
Yes.
You were telling the truth.
Yes.
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were. Yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement.
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
Thank you.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
Yeah.
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
Okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym.
Where was that?
In the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before?
Summertime before. Yes.
Summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified that
Could
you've
it-
never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to
You may have
somebody's
just a moment,
brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, nobody saw the brother come in, and you're supposed to be gone by the time the brother's there, right? Sounds like he might have messed up that part
Isn't
of
it
the
true
timeline.
that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well,
You remember a man coming in or not? It's not something you're not sure
when you
about.
testified
Maybe?
at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes, end quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may approach?
Yes.
Tall man with dark hair. You didn't see him out in the car and think, oh, here's a strange tall man in
Thank you.
dark hair driving up. It might be Julie's brother. Uh-uh. If you have a memory of him, you surely have a memory of where you saw him. Some kind of context, inside or outside the house.
Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your
We
answer.
know.
I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Didn't mention
You
that
also
this time.
said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house, at least briefly, in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you
Well, yeah.
gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or no? Yes or no? It was that proceeding.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question,
Why
Mr.
not?
Jackson.
The quotations the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house,
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later, turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you
It
didn't
was
go
a long
home.
day and that's why you went there.
No, I went back to Canton PD
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
to move vehicles, correct?
Why didn't you do that
Well-
before you left?
Let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes,
You walked down the driveway.
yes,
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there, yes.
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
That's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not it wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right, so it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's
Yeah.
off to the right.
Take it,
Just
1
a few
o'clock.
degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're
Yes.
a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
You still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up and I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
That puts you in a position of being a first responder.
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic. Yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that night, that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
Moving cars
So,
is administrative.
When you say, I went to Canton
Not buying
PD to
that.
do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one? You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
Thank you, Alan.
That is correct. Yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back? to
Excuse
Canton
for
and play,
everything. It's a long day.
Parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
I'm sure it's
Oh,
on
we'll
video.
talk about the video in just a second.
Ooh, ooh, great. He didn't seem to like that.
You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Goode, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. So why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Court, all rise.
Something's going on with the juror?
Can you just open the door? Why it's hot over the window? Nancy, are you hot over here?
Juror got a phone call? Well, the video better be good now.
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
May be seated.
You go do this.
What do you want?
If you don't mind. You know, I'll go over there too. Nancy, Paul will do it.
You are muted.
I'll just pull that up. You want to know if you're ever going to see me in action someday. So if you are on X, which by the way, I don't recommend, it's such a cesspool, but if you happen to be and you follow me on there, I have before posted links to some of the oral arguments that I've done. I posted one that was the most recent one I did in the Washington Supreme Court, which is back in September of last year. So that is somewhere on my account if you're interested in that. I don't know. I mean, it's not a very exciting case, but you know, you can see me do my thing if you want to do that. It's kind of the nice thing about being an appellate lawyer is there's a public record of me. It's out there. You want to know it, it's out there. You can find it. They in Washington, they televise the oral arguments in the Supreme Court on TVW, like our local government channel. The Court of Appeals, I think they typically televise those too if you have oral arguments. My local division of the Court of Appeals is in Spokane, Washington. And so you can typically, watch those as well or get audio or something like that. But I am at a point now where I have ramped down my legal career pretty significantly over about the last year. I've been a contract public defender for, well over a decade. And, honestly, it's just, it's a lot. It's a lot of burnout, a lot of work, a lot of stuff. And I'm lucky to be in a position where I can take a little break from that. And so that's what I'm doing right now. Don't expect anything real exciting on the horizon in the short term. How is she doing? And now we have the fan. Ooh. Sounds like maybe somebody passed out, a juror passed out or something like that. Ay, not a good situation. That's gonna cause some problems with getting Mr. Higgins done today, potentially. That's a little wrench. That's a little wrench in the schedule. Aye. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and go back to some of the chats while we're waiting for that juror to hopefully recover. Shane Gorey, if nothing else, this shows me the only person I like in this case is Carrie Roberts. I don't like anyone anymore. Yeah, my favorite is Brian Albert Jr. I really feel like Brian Albert Jr. has been about the most likable person out of all of them. He just struck me as, pretty sincere, and he wasn't trying to be somebody he wasn't, he was an anxious guy. He admits that. He's on the stand demonstrating that. So what's going on here? They're talking but showing us the fan.
What?
No.
It sounds like they're maybe just talking to the juror. Ugh. Yeah, not good. I don't like that kind of thing. It's not good for anybody. Maybe the small courtroom has some other downsides. Yikes. Deanna Lassiter, she was feeling hurt about Aruba and wanted someone to affirm that she's attractive. Yeah, I mean, I think that's it. She knew he liked her. She could get attention. Thought she would feel it out and see if that was going to be an exit strategy for her, you know? And didn't pan out. Didn't pan out, so she dropped it. And I don't know, maybe John was, you know, promising to change his ways. He's going to change his ways. Things are going to be better in the future. Wouldn't be the first time a woman's heard that. But yeah, no, I think that's probably some of it. You know, she seemed more upset about the girl being gross. I mean, they're in the text because she was gross, and that's probably the worst thing about it. It wasn't just that he cheated or whatever. It's that she was insulted because she felt like that was, you know, that choice was beneath her. You know, it's insulting. It hurt her female ego. So yeah, I tend to see that along the same lines. Tin Cat, feeling more and more like Jen's reveal of the horrible statement was a major misplay on her part. Just puts Karen's emotional state in context and makes her actions more sympathetic. Yeah, I think that's a really good point too. She said the quiet part out loud, you know. The jury was going to be left to sort of sort out, like, how much is Karen's perception versus how much is reality. And we don't have a lot to go on. We have, at best, what's, you know, maybe going to be a mixed perception situation down in Aruba. And we have Karen, you know, texting flirtatiously with Higgins and making comments about her relationship with John. We did have Paul O'Keefe at the very beginning when he talked about Karen and John having fights. I'm pretty sure it was Paul that said she thought John wasn't very nice to her. So, I mean, we were going to have to be left to infer, well, is this Karen is a crazy, jealous woman and that's why she feels this way? Or is there some basis in reality for it? And, you know, by putting that out there and sticking those words in Carrie Roberts' mouth, yeah, she pretty much told us that perception would be justified. If Karen is feeling a little bit hard done by, I mean, I get it. Yeah. If I'm just a babysitter with benefits, yeah, I'm not going to be feeling real thrilled about that relationship and about what's going on with us. So yeah, I mean, I think it was a misstep in a lot of ways. Makes John look bad, makes you look bad, makes Carrie look bad, doesn't really make Karen look bad. And in fact, yeah, starts to make her look justified if she's the one that's unhappy in the relationship. Well, that's a pretty good reason why you would be. Duty Ron was here. Awesome. Andrea Burkhart, thank you for your excellent professional coverage. Well, it's my pleasure, and back at you, Ron. I enjoy Ron's perspective. If you haven't checked out his channel, Duty Ron is a former NYPD officer. He was a 9/11 responder. One of the good guys, in my opinion. I've said many times, you know, my experience, I mostly like cops. You know, we see a lot of things the same way. We're dealing with a lot of the same people, a lot of the same problems. You know, we get it. I understand their job. They understand my job. You know, we both have hard jobs. But with good cops, you know, you can appreciate the role that each of you plays. And in many ways, it's kind of like boxing because iron sharpens iron, right? So if you're a good cop, you make me work that much harder. I'm a good lawyer. You're going to have to work that much harder too. We all get better that way. So I appreciate Ron, and glad to see he was here. So thank you. And another comment here. Andrea, is the Commonwealth trying to establish motive here with these text messages? Yeah, I mean, I think that's what they go to. I don't think it's particularly a good motive, for all the reasons that we've talked about. But yeah, I think that is the tenuous relevance they have to what's going on with this conversation. Mag says stanchion sounds great with that accent. Yeah, that was a good little word there to pull out from Alan Jackson. You can get really technical with like, well, what's a stanchion? What's a post? What's a baluster? I'm not enough of a I guess you would be a carpenter. You would know all of those different things, or you would be an architect or something like that. You know the difference between all those things. I don't necessarily know that I could distinguish a stanchion on site. If I'm pointing to the mailbox, I'd probably call it a post. But I don't know. Very interesting choice of words for sure. Under review says it doesn't look like Higgins replied to Karen's John died text. Wonder why. Thanks for covering the trial, Andrea. Yeah, it's a good point. After being kind of thirsty to get the response. Well, and then nothing. No response, no comfort, no I know. I mean, no acknowledgement. You can read that a lot of ways. You definitely can read that a lot of ways. I mean, because he already knows, because he feels bad, because he decided after the waterfall, when she ignored him anyway, that he was going to be done. I think there could just be a lot of things with that. Still getting some noise in the courtroom, but nothing but the fan. Trying to see if I can get a little hint of what's happening here. I'm just going to leave the sound on in case something happens. Fighting Newsick. Hi from Spokane. Is that from Spokane? Hey, what's up? Karen would have gone before Higgins, right? Well, his timeline's pretty hard to nail down, right? Because it seems like he was trying to put his white Jeep there, or like the explanation for why he parked the white Jeep there, but it wasn't in the way of Julie Nagel's brother and Karen's SUV, is because he left before that. It kind of seemed like he was trying to say he left before that. But no, if Julie Nagel's brother is the one who came into the house and he remembers conversation about that, then he was clearly there for that. And he would have been there for that whole time period where she was sitting there, sitting outside in her SUV, and people are looking out the window talking about it, and Jen McCabe is going to the door and texting and asking about it. He would have been there for all of that and then just left as soon as Karen did, I guess. I mean, it's got to be one of those. It can't be both. It's got to be one or the other. Either he left before any of them got there, which doesn't align with his story, or he left after all of them did. So weird that he knew nothing. To me, that's weird. It doesn't fit. You knew nothing about this person parked outside when there are people at the table with you talking about it. And another person who is going back and forth from the door texting. Nobody mentioned John and Karen are supposed to come. John's outside. The car is outside. They aren't coming in. Nobody mentioned any of this. Seems a bit off. But that's how it has to be. That's the only time frame that would make sense, is after she left, then he did. And then, of course, his white Jeep is right there in the middle of everything where it shouldn't have been, where Ryan and everybody else in the car, with no dog in this fight, saw it not there. They saw it not there. Yeah, more noise in the courtroom, but still fan. I hope we don't end up in like an emergency response kind of situation here. Yeah, Aussie Insider points out 3 people inside Fairview are texting John all within the same time frame to come to Fairview. Brian Higgins is texting him at 12:20. Jen McCabe is texting him. Who else is texting him? Is Brian Albert texting him? I don't know. I don't know if we know because we don't have Brian Albert's text because he got rid of his phone. Was someone else texting him? Chris, Matt. No, Chris went home. It wasn't Chris. Yeah, but either way, yeah, multiple people, including him, including you yourself, texting him at 12:20, moments before, I mean, at best, moments before the car arrives outside. And then you just don't notice any of that's going on, and then you just happen to leave right as they drive away. This is tough. This one is a little bit tough to square. Hard to buy that that's how that went down. I mean, yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and put that we're on break. We're on break. The juror is having an issue. Yeah, did Mr. Higgins go help the juror? Oh God. Yeah, I doubt it. I'm sure they have people there for that type of help, but no, definitely don't like to see that. But I do understand now, I guess, why that fan is on so fast and so hard. Jesse Golightly, generous interpretation is part of this slippery behavior from witnesses because AJ is trying to catch them on seemingly unimportant details. Well, I mean, if they're unimportant, then does it matter if you get them wrong or have to correct them or what? Like I don't know that you would need to be that evasive if the details don't matter so much. And it just is strange, the details that they are being very specific about versus the ones that they're kind of letting go. Like, you're going to be very specific that you are sitting diagonally across from Brian Albert, very specific about your location, but you're going to really fight about, did she ignore the text? She obviously ignored the text. I didn't see it that way. Well, but that's what happened. She clearly did. She didn't respond. She left you on red, dude, if she even read it. I mean, that's the question right there. Did she even read it?
Turn the ACs off, the room would get incredibly hot.
Yeah, incredibly hot.
When we did Grenadier in the main courtroom, people, just sure enough, a lot of people take their jackets off and stuff like that. It's so hot.
Throwback,
Yeah, a little throwback.
like 1992.
But that was the old days. We would have to turn off the ACs for when we were in trial because they were too.
This is sort of fun just because the court's chit-chatting on the hot mic. Nobody was saying anything good there, but I guess maybe the AC is out or it's not on high enough or something like that, and it's gotten very hot in the room. So apparently the juror is having a difficult time dealing with that. Now I guess the mic's off. They went ahead and caught it and cut it. So anyway, part of the slippery behavior, I mean, yes, they do know that he's going to try to mess them up on little details, and he's caught, he caught Alan Jackson again, just like Jen had caught him yesterday on the detail, or not yesterday, but before, on the detail of the timing of the text messages to the group. he caught Mr. Jackson just now on making asking a question about his prior testimony and not knowing if he went home or went to Canton PD. And he's, no, that's not from when I left 34 Fairview that night. That's from when I left 34 Fairview the following morning. So they are expecting Mr. Jackson to be slippery.
You are unmuted.
It looks like we're coming back. But if it's over unimportant stuff, it doesn't matter. Like you can just sort of concede that, not fight it. It doesn't matter. Fight them on the important stuff. But it could be just that they're so defensive that they're going to dispute every little detail that they don't agree with. Like they're that much on guard with him. Yeah, I think that's a possible explanation. All right, it looks like we're coming back.
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Thank you. Right, let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you
No?
walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
You were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, ever, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention
What happened to the
under
sound?
questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night.
No.
you were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone, you had two at the time, correct?
Yes,
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
yes,
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that, I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually,
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
that's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and you quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
More butt dials.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm hearing that NBC is louder, so I'm going to try to get on that one.
Recognize at least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little, I don't think we've introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification, at least at this point. Can't mark them. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
It's a little bit better.
These are, you know what, I'm going to, if it's okay with the court, may the witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
I'd like to have those two documents marked only for identification with the court's permission.
Okay. As one exhibit?
We can do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Okay. Could you please hand those to Madam Clerk?
Ah, sorry about that.
Yes, Your Honor.
QQ for verification. Sorry, what was it? QQ, thank you.
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770. In other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the right. I mean, in the red.
It says 01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
Oh, this has been marked over. It's right over the top.
That's the protocol.
It's okay, it's okay. I'll use the one with QQ and the one with 1771 because the other numbers.
When you're referencing them? When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay.
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing?
Yes,
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
it has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes,
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
Twenty-two-second call.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you
Oh,
lie
just
under
like
oath,
Jen?
sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's
Ah.
argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No.
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
Yeah, you can say a lot in
Now,
22 seconds.
When you were asked about this, and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been.
Let me guess,
And
butt
what the
dial?
prior call may have been, correct?
Let me guess.
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
Another butt dial. Nope,
So
that's
you think
it.
it's possible that
These
you may
people
have
are not all butt
dialed
dialing each other.
Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? Miss a call from
not a
someone, it's
thing.
not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6-digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6-digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
Recollection.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered, yes. And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes, and then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Something must have
Yeah,
happened.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure.
Possible as in it's consistent with the laws of physics, yes. Yes. It would not violate any of Newton's laws for that to happen.
May I?
Yes.
But is that credible? No. Come on. We
Thank
all
you.
know that's not what
Bottom
happened.
portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No. Can I have a minute, please?
Wants to read the whole thing.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
So why'd you Hillary Clinton your phone?
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
Then why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, you had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian
Yeah,
Albert was
we
in the house
know.
and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there, is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m., if you recall.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
What did he say? What was that about?
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No,
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
What you were trying to do?
no, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No,
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
no, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I have no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You had just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was, John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say, right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, that your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
No, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
No reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years, and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is, obviously, phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation.
Objection.
Sustained.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time? But actually at any time?
No, not to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 29th?
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, were you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched?
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No,
They didn't ask to search it, they didn't ask to inspect it.
no.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house,
Brian
right?
Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table,
Oh, yeah.
trying to figure
We
out
know.
what
Shaq.
happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These were friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
That'll stand.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was she said, Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him, and you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're as sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's nothing wrong with
So
that.
Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
More mistaken records?
Okay.
while you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Still waiting to see the video.
Yeah, this particular area, but I just want to see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance through. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your
Just,
Honor.
do you recognize
Yes, I
it?
do.
Okay.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors, every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars?
It's possible.
All right.
Why did you?
It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No.
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that either.
Sorry, I'm
Not
not
sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
100%, no.
Certainly were not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. I'd like to have that document marked as next in order, Bates pages. It represents Bates pages 2850 to 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronologically, it's the second to the last page.
I have it.
Just need one quick second. Can you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom?
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, on that 8th entry, I see that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so,
Right.
okay.
So on 1/29/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. at 127 and 52 seconds.
I see
Access
it.
granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
So you said
time.
2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right-hand.
I
page.
see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
$923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
You can ask to approach.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay,
fine.
all right, thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind?
I do, I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes,
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
yes, and there's a door on each side of the Sally Port.
Two
Yes,
bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side,
And
yes.
then there's a
Pass through,
personal pass-through door as well.
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay, 2976, and what was the time?
Page,
Yes,
it's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see. Yes,
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
says booking to Sally Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You're either entering into the Sally Port from booking or from booking into the Sally.
We couldn't hear that,
Yes.
Ellen.
Could you repeat the question?
Of course, of course.
Good Lord. Whoop, whoop. Are they right outside? This one's really rocking and rolling.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sally Port and Sally Port to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sally Port.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
That doesn't refresh your recollection.
it would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times, the dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day.
Middle of the
But just
night?
because I swiped in somewhere, and then you have a swipe at the end of the day, doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905, because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
Was he in the Sallyport when they brought the car?
I'm
Is
at
that where this is going?
2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? This might be a little easier. Highlighted it for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sallyport to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 PM, you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay. If,
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not, no.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to
Yeah, we know you
multiple
were in
people at
shock.
multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 was 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
Well, he didn't make the
Based on the
second
record,
call.
yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
More absolutely not.
And then may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Same record. If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was,
Answer that.
okay,
There's
yes,
no
Your Honor.
objection. You can answer it.
Yes, they're friends, and I was on the phone with them, yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends,
And
yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with
No,
Chief
but everyone's
Berkowitz
upset.
of Canton PD while
chatting
you're at
about
Canton
the
PD,
weather?
correct?
I had conversations with them, but
Yankees?
not about this, no.
And
Red
you're
Sox?
consistently through the day calling
buying that.
Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course I had phone conversations with
But you
him.
didn't talk about that?
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886. Once you have the pages, I'll give you the times once again.
Did they ask each other about their
2885?
sleep?
2885.
How'd you
and
sleep last
2886.
night?
We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Because no one
Okay.
could, how could anyone
First
sleep after this?
Entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
$3:57 and 54 seconds, I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58.24. Look at 3:57.54. Or the one, it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57.36.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
So he was in the Sallyport when the car was there? Is that where we're going?
And there's one more on page 2885. Look for 4:07:47.
That's when he left.
4:07:47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins, booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't, yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going
that-
up.
you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no.
Trying to fill the space there.
I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sallyport related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. I did not see anything.
Are you aware that well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points, we might have been together. I'm not, I mean, we weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sallyport around the same time you were, correct?
Ooh.
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, correct? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in the Sallyport the last time you're logged into the Sallyport, it's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sallyport at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sallyport, we know that,
If I walked in, I
correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sallyport, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that, no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, "Shut the barracks"?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sallyport?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds
Let's get there.
in the Sallyport garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sallyport at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say, I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were? or
I
you
don't
weren't?
believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sallyport garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
Doesn't remember any of this stuff. Butt dials. Talked about everything but John O'Keefe, even though the reason you're there is because of John O'Keefe and everybody being upset about that.
6:12, 6:16. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the,
6:12 and 6:16.
okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, he's a busy guy that day. For somebody who's not on duty and is just there with his friends and doesn't remember what they were talking about, but obviously they were talking about everything but this case. And he's all over the place. Doing all this on a couple hours sleep. I'm going to disagree with the chat that he's violently hungover. No, it kind of sounds like this guy's probably just sort of at baseline. I mean, I hate to say it, but when you live on a whiskey diet, yeah, you're probably not going to be all that hungover from, what, 8 drinks? 10 drinks? That's just getting you to your normal state.
So, may I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't, no.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been, I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No,
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
no, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's
I don't-
February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
At his lawyer's office? That's going to be my guess. He lawyered up ASAP. Well, we should have about half an hour left in the day, and we still haven't gotten into the phone smashing. So I feel like there's still some more to go. Don't know if that's where we're going to end it, but that would make sense. But that's my guess. Lawyered up ASAP. That's what he's trying to get at. Shows consciousness of guilt. Is that where he wants to go with it? You certainly have a constitutional right to counsel if you're a suspect or a defendant or something like that. And if you choose to exercise that right, it can't be used against you. But he's not, right? He's just a witness. It's not going to be allowed.
May I?
Yes.
Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan.
We know.
And,
That's not
of
what
course,
matters.
I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took
Mr.
place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay. the
You
answer is
talked to him
yes.
about what happened.
Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes,
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
yes,
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your
I
testimony.
discussed what we were trying to figure out what
You
happened.
discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not.
Oh, no, it
parsing
wasn't a
words about
dead
what
guy on the
case is
lawn?
versus a matter
Isn't a
versus
case?
Issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
Is there a reason, or why don't you go ahead and explain?
Well, I feel he's trying to make it sound like something it wasn't. It
I'm
was,
not trying to
it,
make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I
at
did
34
discuss things when I went back to the house, yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD.
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port.
And access, yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it. Correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchner, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days. That's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with
Calls
him,
this
no.
guy who has nothing to do with the
What did you
investigation
do
to
with
tell
that
him
information
that?
when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked this specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you changed your
Oh.
statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well-
Information was provided to me.
What you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after that
Objection, Your Honor.
call.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement,
Objection.
prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see a transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
I'm gonna read it. Good. Feast your eyes. Thought about it more since then and changed your mind? Because now they're calling you to tell you information about the case, which absolutely nobody did before that, the day of, and all of those phone calls you made. Suddenly now they decided you're the guy who needs to know all of the new details. You, the guy who's not involved in any of it. He's all over the place. He's just all over the place.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And both that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't
So you
provide
thought
any
about that,
information
but
to
not the
anyone.
butt dial.
Next question?
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this. because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
And
wrong.
you knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic
Here we go.
devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's allowed. You can answer that.
Do I know how to get rid of information? I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Like with a
Anything
cloth?
else?
Had to get that one in.
You could wipe your phone.
Good.
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half or
It could,
snap it,
it
correct?
could, yes.
You know that the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data. The phone's just a brick, right?
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock, and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never
fair
went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend,
And
yes.
he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a
He-
federal special agent,
He's a coworker of mine, yes.
which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent, yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself,
And
yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain you.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
Correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone? Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up
Yeah,
and give
you
it to
knew
them.
And there
that.
was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Stand us to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensics lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously,
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
that is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will? A computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you, is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see your notices. I need to see-
Fifth. Oh, he looks nervous now. Yeah. Don't be using the official resources for your personal business. People get busted for that stuff all the time. Like, I remember when I was a court clerk way back in the day. And you get access to, the like internal court records. You can like look up people's criminal history. You can look up arrest stuff because like part of what you do as the court clerk is you input all of those things into those old databases. And people would get in trouble all the time for like looking up their ex's new girlfriend or something in the system. People just can't abide by those restrictions. But using FBI stuff to like commit a fraud, something like that, this whole proffer situation is maybe starting to come a little clearer. Now that said, would that be like the worst crime in the world? No, probably not. We're letting the jury out. Yeah, apparently we're letting the jury out.
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back. Yes.
Hi.
No, we're just waiting. Just waiting on break. I don't know. Tick tock, Judge. Tick tock. We got 16 minutes left. Is he running to get his lawyer? Is that what the pause is about? Is this the fireworks right here? I mean, if you were so desperate to get the information off of the phone your way that you would commit a federal crime in order to do that, as opposed to simply handing your entire phone over to the local law enforcement to image it themselves in the ordinary course of their own investigation, does that seem like consciousness of guilt to you? Because it sure does to me. So to me, this should be fair game. It should be fair game. But if he doesn't have, a deal where a charge like this is off the table, depending on what he says, then yeah, he's potentially putting himself into jeopardy with this stuff. I would have already told him to plead the fifth. Okay? I would have told this guy to stay out of it. Don't make it any worse. The more you talk, the worse it gets. The more times you go into a court and go under oath, the worse it gets. Yeah, no. Just not a good position for this guy to be in.
May I ask the advocate to? Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we do that.
I don't know. Is that in reference to the key swipes? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, is this our fireworks display? Karen looks excited. Is he on the witness stand or is he out chatting with his lawyer? Can he plead the fifth?
You may
Yeah,
as well
he
use this
can.
time with me asking counsel a question at sidebar.
He can plead the fifth. Might undermine his prior testimony. See, the thing about the fifth is that it's not a blanket. The Fifth Amendment does not apply to any and every question that you're asked. It only applies to specific questions that could put you in jeopardy of criminal prosecution. And so a lot of times if like a witness isn't cooperative and they just want to like plead the fifth generally, if the prosecutors or whoever, if they want to get pushy, they can require you to establish why does this specific question put you in jeopardy. The judge can kind of make you have to give some kind of explanation for that. And it can be a real bone of contention about, is this eliciting, relatively harmless information, or is this legitimately something that could implicate you? So he can plead the fifth, but the question then is that, does that affect the rest of his testimony? What's the basis for it? Is this a legitimate enough question from the defense that his unwillingness to answer it kind of jeopardizes his ability to have contributed to this case at all? Like, you don't get to just decide, I'm gonna give all the good stuff, and then when I get something I don't want, now I'm going to act like it's incriminating.
Counsel, why don't you come on over, please?
God, we're gonna do this again.
Mr. Conley? If you just go and just stand next to your client,
Yep, there he is.
Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask
There it is.
your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
He's
Yes,
gonna
I was
invoke in
just
front of the
going to ask you to
jury.
identify
Oh my
yourself.
goodness. Here's the fireworks.
William Connolly, spelled Connolly.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelsch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding, and that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, working any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entirely, I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted, it's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he is aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order, or do you need more time?
I can do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay,
Sure.
all right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him?
You're going to have that colloquy right on camera in front of the entire world.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God. Who's this guy? Bev really saved him from his own lawyer there. They're stretching on the personal gain, I think. But this is me speaking as a defense attorney, of course. I have no doubt that a federal prosecutor who wants to characterize this as personal gain will have the ability to do that.
No, I'm just gonna grab a spelling.
Colloquially, I think what most people understand that to mean is you get some type of financial benefit out of it, right? You're using your resource like for pay. You're getting money out of it, but it can be broadly anything of value. But convert that to what a value is he getting out of it. It's not having to turn over his phone to local law enforcement. Yeah, if a prosecutor wanted to argue that, they could. They have certainly made prosecutions based on bigger stretches of statutory language than that. But
All right,
that
so
said,
we're ready to proceed?
You know, don't love it. It's not like it's rock solid.
Thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
This is a very good point.
I
Privacy
love
is a
all your
benefit
optimism.
more
It's
than
going
a
to take them
private
about 2 minutes to get here, so.
citizen would,
Yeah.
in the same situation would have. Yeah, that is true. If he's a private citizen, he doesn't get that opportunity. Avoiding jail is definitely a personal gain, but they haven't proven, and they can't prove that that's what happened because he got rid of his phone. So you can't prove what's on his phone that would have put him in jail. That's the catch-22 in this whole situation. That's why he destroyed his phone.
Do you want these?
Catch 22 seconds. Good one. Yeah. Yep.
Please rise for the jury.
Five minutes left. Is that how we're going to end it? We're going to end it on him breaking the phone. So now the jury's coming back.
Be seated for the session.
All right. We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Not
Are you
aware.
aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor,
Sorry,
as
for,
to
quote, an
reading.
employee-
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, I'm sorry, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir,
What?
notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was
Form.
improper.
The information that was ultimately
Nitpicking the
pulled off your
form.
phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And that's
correct.
what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State
Okay,
Police.
so where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would have, when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
I can do this in 30 seconds, I think. You were aware that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
Your Honor, I
was.
can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Ask the question again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order, yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claimed you got
Just
that
like Brian
notice,
Albert.
you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified, yes.
You testified
It's
at a previous-
possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lally's already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday. Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important to not discuss this
Cut
case
that
with
right
anyone.
off.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Tuesday. Tuesday will be a full day. You have to come back Tuesday.
Goodbye.
We gonna get anything else here? So back on Tuesday for a full day.
You can follow them, yes. All right, so I will see counsel at sidebar, Tori.
You know, I've given Judge Bev quite a lot of benefit of the doubt throughout this. This is not good. No, this is not good. When the witness is looking at you, pleading at you to fix it for him because you fixed so many of these questions and stuff, and he's giving the answers to you and you're letting him explain. Cutting somebody off in the cross-exam on a material issue purely for time reasons doesn't fly. Doesn't fly, especially not when the Commonwealth has absolutely wasted.
In an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
Wasted so much of this time, and you're going to cut the defense off in their cross-examination of this guy who's doing some pretty serious consciousness of guilt stuff and saying, it's okay, I have a right to do that because the order was already denied. Oof. No, this is not good. And all of the nitpicking of the form of the questions. No. No. Nope. I am on board with Bev was really running interference with that witness. That was not that was just not good. The nitpicky about the form is one of those things that is, first off, since nobody is having to state the basis for your objection, nobody knows what the problem is with the form that you're identifying here. Is the form assuming facts not in evidence? Is the form improper hypothetical? Is the form argumentative? We don't know. And he gets to ask hard questions during cross-examination. He gets to characterize things and ask the witness if the witness accepts that characterization or disputes it. This is the nature of confrontation. And all of this very ambiguous nitpicking over the form of the question on cross-examination over and over and over again, interfering with the questions, interfering with the flow, taking up the time that you are harshly now going to limit in his ability to ask these questions and follow up with something that sounds pretty important about prior testimony. That does not fly with me at all. That does not fly with me at all. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. This is not a good judge. This is not a judge I want to be in front of as a defense lawyer if that's how she's behaving. The big question is, why is this not being applied equally, this standard, to the state, to the Commonwealth? Well, only possible reason is just because the defense is not objecting to it. But boy, every frickin' question out of Mr. Lally's mouth has a problem with the form. It's leading. It's vague. It's confusing. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, really not cool. Really not cool. And the part where he's looking at her, he starts looking at her to save him, starts asking her, you're the judge, you should be telling him, you're not answering me, I'm not asking you the questions. Don't tell it to me. Tell it to these people. You're not the one involved in charge of the questioning. You are there to call balls and strikes. And I am really not seeing the same zone between these sides after that. Yikes. Yikes. I just, yeah. So he didn't didn't invoke the fifth. I think that was the fireworks everyone anticipated. He was going to invoke the fifth. Didn't happen. He just said, no, I'm not aware of that. Seems like something you'd want to be aware of. I gotta think somewhere there is a notice that you signed that puts you on notice of that. You know, the whole ignorance of the law is no excuse thing. Yeah, we commons, we peons over here, we need to know all about 5 CFR 2635.702. Okay, that knowledge will be imputed to us if we misuse federal resources. But these guys, he doesn't have to know. He doesn't have to know. He can just deny that. So he didn't take the fifth. I mean, that's good. Certainly for him, that's way better. He doesn't want to have to do that. But kind of weird to go through that whole you know, dog and pony show with the conference with the lawyer about it and everything. And then that's it. You're just going to say, nope, I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of any of that. And then, you know, Jackson didn't pin him down on that second one. The duty to use the federal property only for official purposes. He let Mr. Higgins take him on a sideline where he did his explaining thing because Alan Jackson asked the question about his friend, put his friend in the question. And so that he started going down the sideline of, well, no, that's not what my friend did. My friend did this other thing. And so Mr. Jackson never came back and squared the circle. You hooked your phone up to that computer. You did that. You did it for your own reason. It was not part of any of your investigation. Did you know that's a federal crime? He wasn't allowed to ask about that one. That was a weird objection getting sustained. Weird objection. He gets to ask about the one charge, but not the other. Why is that? Why is that? Why doesn't he get to ask them about both? Did he get immunity for one of them? Didn't get to find out about that proffer. Didn't get to ask him about the proffer. At this point, I don't think he'd be allowed to ask about the proffer. I don't think she'd allow it. I don't think she'd allow it. I mean, again, I guess it depends on what it's for, what it's about. If it's not about this case, okay. But a witness's bias is always something that you get to inquire into on cross-examination. And so if there are things that they said as part of a proffer, and part of the proffer is you get use immunity for those statements, they can't use them against you. That's a benefit that you receive by that proffer. And that's a motivation for your testimony. So you get to explore that. You get to explore when people have plea agreements that affect what they say or don't say. None of that. None of that. And what's up with the hard time limit? Is that what the medical records are about? Is that why we have a hard time limit? Why we had to literally stop the clock at 4:30 and we're done for today in the middle of a question. You don't get to finish your questions. Yeah. I don't know. Is he going to be back on Tuesday? Is he going to be back on Tuesday? I don't know. I mean, Mr. Lally didn't get any redirect. Or are we done with him? I don't know. No idea. Very, very strange conclusion to the day. I feel a little let down on the fireworks stuff. I mean, maybe just because, I did have very high expectations. I do kind of know in general some of the stuff that was already out there. The Sallyport video had been deleted, knew about that. Don't think I knew about all of these communications back and forth with Berkowitz and Brian Albert and everything like that, and Kevin throughout the course of the day. Don't know that I knew about that. But yeah, that doesn't look good. Yeah, that looks like coercion or collusion. I don't know why you can't ask him if he thinks that might look like collusion to somebody. That's a pretty reasonable question to ask somebody, because the jury is thinking to themselves, does it look like collusion to me? They're thinking about that. They have their own idea. And part of being able to evaluate this witness's credibility is, does he see things realistically? Are his positions reasonable? If he can put himself in my shoes and see this how I see it, then that's information for me to get a sense in how he perceives things. And if I can have confidence in what he's saying. Wasn't able to ask that? Yeah. Yeah, really, really weird stuff here. All of these phone calls on January 29th, but they're not talking about the call then at all. But then gets a call days later, 2 calls days later from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz, where they just can't wait to tell him about the taillight on the case that he's not even involved in. That, well, this is surely the first time they've talked about it, right? Because you didn't talk about any of it at the police department on the 29th. The arguing about whether there was a case, there was no case, man, that is like next level defensive. That is next level defensive. You know, when there is a body on the grass, that there is a case. You know that. You know that. I mean, it doesn't matter if this is somebody who's like 80 years old and died of a heart attack. They are found dead on the grass. There's an investigation. This is not like an unintended at home natural causes type of situation. Somebody is found dead on the grass outside your house. That's a case. What a strange defensive tack to take, but I guess that just, it looks desperate. It looks desperate. really, really, really trying to distance himself from those conclusions that seem pretty obvious. Yeah, of course you were sitting there talking about the case because you were trying to figure out what happened. You were trying to figure out what happened. You know, like the police are going to do with the case. And, you know, these people all know better. They all know better. That's the thing. That's kind of the bottom line. They all know better. He knows better. Albert knows better. Kevin Albert knows better. Chief Berkowitz knows better. They all know better than this. They all know better than this. And so let's just put it in the best possible light for all of them. And they're like a bunch of gossipy little girls. And that's all this is? No, really isn't collusion. It's not a cover-up. It's not what happened. They're just gossipy little girls to such an extent that they would jeopardize the case in order to chit-chat about it. I mean, that's the best case scenario here, is that these guys can't shut it so much. They can't maintain a boundary, okay? A boundary between this is your friend, this is your coworker. This is somebody that is a colleague that you have to work cases with. This is somebody who is a witness and or a suspect in a criminal investigation. And guys, that is the real problem with the thin blue line. This is the problem people have with the thin blue line right here. Because even if you put an innocent picture on it, you have put your personal interests in those relationships with those people and your need to chit-chat with them while an investigation is going on that they're involved with. You put that ahead of justice for John O'Keefe. That's the bottom line. That's the thin blue line. That's what it was. Yeah, pretty disgusting stuff there in so many ways. I mean, that's, you know, before I even get into the whole, like, oh my God, the gall of using the federal, you went down to the FBI lab to extract your own text so that you could give it to them, you could select it, and then destroy your phone. That does not look good to anybody. Absolutely nobody believes that. Well, I don't feel anywhere near as bad for him now as I did earlier in the day when he seemed like, you know, a guy who was getting the thumb kind of jabbed around in his little heart wound there, his loneliness that he thought maybe Karen Reed was going to solve for him. I felt bad for him for a little bit, but now not so much. I mean, how do you do that? How do you do that? All of this jumping around, this, I mean, God, the evolving stories, another butt dial. These guys all went to the grand jury and said it was butt dials? Incomprehensible. Yeah. I mean, that was the hearing to be at. My goodness, you wanted the fireworks. You can just tell from the little pieces of the transcript we get to hear. That's the one. That's where they had all the surprises. I kept hoping that maybe Alan Jackson and Mr. Yanetti here were going to have some surprises, but it really doesn't seem like they do. And maybe that's part of where the expectations for where this case is going to go seem to maybe be falling a little bit short of the reality. You know, I see the stuff, I see the chatter, you know, oh my God, the feds are going to come in and stop the trial and transfer it over to federal jurisdiction. Higgins is going to go to jail. I mean, people have very high hopes for where all this is going to go. And, you know, I don't share that. I've never shared that for the main reason that that just assumes far too much competence on the part of the federal law enforcement system. I mean, to coordinate that out, to plan it out, execute something like that. Yeah, no, that's not what it works. They're flying by the seat of their pants, just like pretty much every other bureaucrat ever. They don't really care about their jobs, and they're just they're there to check the clock until they get their pension. Obviously not everybody. I'm making generalizations, but just the point that no, to assume a competent operation like that just runs contrary to, I think, most of our life experience with the government. So I never had that particular expectation, but I know a lot of people did, and that was going to require something new, because the problem is all of this stuff, yeah, they've heard it, and now they've had a chance to think about it. Now you're not going to get that deer in the headlights first reaction, the oh shit, I'm caught reaction that grand jury would have gotten back in that first hearing. They're already prepared for it. They've had their explanations, and now they've had time to think about that. They've had time to rethink about that. They've had time to calculate, well, how bad is it going to be for me if I go ahead and backpedal from this one, or do I need to back that up? No, I went from it's 100% probable I told Brian Albert about Chief Berkowitz's taillight discovery or whatever to, well, and I'm not hiding that fact. I'm not hiding that fact. Not hiding anything, just like he's always truthful. To now, I've thought about it some more since then. 100% probable to now, I've thought about it some more. Listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this. That I felt they were being accusatory. Yeah, they were being accusatory. They absolutely were being accusatory. And that is why you got defensive, because you knew you were caught. You knew you were caught. If they didn't have anything to hide, they sure shouldn't have been acting like they did. If you didn't have anything to hide, no need to be this shady. No need to be this shady. No need to try to hide all this stuff. No need to pretend like we're idiots. Like we're idiots. You think we believe that you're at the police department all day, you're talking to all of your close friends. This is the subject of the day, okay? First homicide investigation by Canton PD in 18 years for the brief period of time they have it before the MSP takes it over. Their colleague, Officer John O'Keefe, dead on the grass at the home of another officer, brother of somebody who works in that department. And that is not the only thing that is being talked about all day in that whole department, except with you who didn't need to be there, weren't on duty, had no business. It's your day off. And you just spent the day there chatting with them. About what? About what? About what if not John O'Keefe? Nobody buys that. We're not idiots. Yikes, guys. Let's go ahead and see what we got for comments here. I don't think we have a ton, so yeah, we'll be able to wrap this up pretty quick. Fighting Usyk, none of them butt dialed anyone outside the group. Yeah. Pretty remarkable coincidence, isn't it? The coincidences are really starting to add up here. Another butt dial, another set of butt dials. So weird how he and Brian Albert had like butts in sync. At the same moment that Brian is butt dialing him, he is butt hanging up at home, and then he butt dials Brian Albert back, and Brian Albert just conveniently butt hangs up that phone. It's impressive. I mean, that's a friendship. Ridiculous. Jason Sorensen, you would think an ATF agent would be a better liar. The biggest takeaway is the miracle an ATF agent didn't shoot a dog when entering a home. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because I bet they did. I'm sure we can I don't know what to make of this. I mean, part of it is simply that, yeah, these people are not as smart as they think they are. They're not as smart as they think they are. And it's a lot harder to cover up a crime than you might think. You know, it's harder to hide stuff that's coming out than you might think. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to be better liars. They're on the spot. What do they have? You can't admit the phone call. You didn't have time to coordinate. You know, Brian Albert's getting asked about that same phone call. You don't know what he's going to say. What do you have? Butt dial. That's why everybody goes to butt dial. I mean, that's all you have. That's the desperate call. What can you come up with that's better than that? I mean, I guess you could do a full-on Amber Heard thing where you tell a completely, you know, all over the place story with a bunch of extraneous details. Well, you see, it was the light in my nightstand and the lamp, it had been starting to go out for quite some time, but I just hadn't gotten around to fixing it. And I remember it so clearly because I have a vivid memory of the light flickering and you just tell this whole story, number one, to buy time, to try to think of something to be able to explain what's going on with this phone call. And then because you think, well, if I add all these extra details, that'll make it sound more believable. You know, it sounds like a real story, like something that actually happened, when, you know, by contrast, when you don't remember everything else, but you remember this one thing in excruciating detail, it just tends to make it look that much less credible. So, I mean, I guess they could have done something like that. Would that have been a better lie? I mean, no, it didn't work for Amber, did it? Are there good lies? I mean, are there good lies? I don't know. I don't know how you lie your way out of this one. But yeah, these guys just they're not as smart as they think they are. And yeah, you're going to have to be quick on your feet. You're going to have to be very adaptable when you have this much to hide and this much that is going to be thrown at you that you're going to have to deal with on the fly. And no, I don't think these guys have it. Bird with a super sticker. Thank you so much, Bird. Appreciate your support for the channel. Anspan 65. Hey, hi, Andrea. Can the defense appeal this obstructive behavior by Bev while the trial is ongoing? Nah, not really. I mean, so in theory, you can always ask for discretionary review of a higher court, but there isn't really, it's not like she's not like making a ruling that I'm biased against you, the defense, and I'm conducting the trial in this way because I'm biased against you. There's nothing real specific to appeal, so there isn't a clear process to be able to do that. It's something that they would have to deal with after the fact. So then the question becomes, can they deal with this after appeal? If Karen Reed gets convicted, can they deal with this after trial? Can they deal with this on appeal? It's not a good issue. It's not a good issue. Judicial bias is a bad issue to try to raise because the burden is pretty much, most of the time unprovably high. You have to prove actual bias. You have to prove not just they could have been or it sounded like it, but in this type of context, you're going to have to prove that she's actually biased against them. And, rulings that are not favorable, but within her discretion. It's within the judge's discretion to run the courtroom the way they want. And if they want to nitpick the form of questions, it's hard to get past that. Now, where this can potentially come back into play, did they move to disqualify her? I don't remember. Somebody's going to have to remind me in the chat if they ever move to disqualify her, because from what I get confused so much with so many of these cases. I remember obviously I'm paying attention to Delphi and what's going on there, and the judge there who's just kind of a horror show of her own. So yes, I'm seeing in the chat, yes, they did move to disqualify her. That's where they are going to have a much better option on appeal to be able to potentially challenge that, because the standard at that point is much, much, much more favorable. When you're asking a judge to disqualify themselves before trial, it's an appearance of fairness standard. Is there something about this that makes it seem like you can't be fair and impartial when people are running around on the internet threatening to bury the bodies underneath your beach house? Not a good look. That said, wasn't her social media stuff, but it's a much more favorable standard than trying to challenge it just based on her trial rulings, because they haven't asked her again. You know, maybe they will. Maybe they'll come back on Tuesday. Maybe they'll file something over the weekend. Maybe they'll file something. I guess Monday's a holiday. First thing on Tuesday, disqualify yourself. What you did in this last hearing, it does not give a objective observer confidence in your impartiality in this case. They could make the argument, but again, I don't think they're going to get there. It's just there's too much leeway that judges have when it comes to being able to make these types of evidentiary rulings. And the problem is they just haven't made a good record that it's even-handed, because they haven't been objecting to the Commonwealth doing all this nonsense, their own terrible questions. If they were holding the Commonwealth's feet to the fire to force them to ask formally proper questions, the way that they're doing to Mr. Jackson, then you're in a better position. When you know, you're giving one side leeway and you're not giving the other side leeway, it looks a whole lot better. But yeah, they really haven't made that record. They're just letting him get away with asking these terrible questions. And so they can't show like this is uneven treatment. And she's going to be able to hide behind, well, it's my discretion to be able to make decisions about the manner, to enforce the rules, to require things to be done properly. She can be as uber technical as she really wants when it's her courtroom, and it's extremely, extremely difficult to get past that. Where am I here? Peg Garcia Bergen, somewhat new to the case. Is it normal for the attorney's objections stated without foundation? Why is this happening, and is it common? Yeah, so this has been a common question throughout this trial. No, it is not common. The reason why they're doing it that way is because Judge Cannoni specifically said in the pretrial hearing, this is how she wants it done. She doesn't want them certainly not arguing the whole objection, the speaking objection types of things where you're saying all that stuff in front of the jury about why you think their question is a problem, but not even stating the basis. She specifically told them, I want you to state it and I will rule on it, and that will be that. And so it's awkward and uncomfortable because nobody knows what the problem is. And they're having to have all of these sidebars, you know, to work through a lot of this stuff because it's not necessarily clear what do they need to fix. I mean, I've been pointing out, like, you get to ask hard questions on cross-exam. If you're taking issue with the form, what exactly is the issue that you're taking with it? And are you taking issue with it to such an extent that you're interfering with my ability to confront this guy? That, I think, is a much stronger angle for them to be thinking about on appeal than to be thinking about, well, you know, should she have been disqualified for bias or something like that? Is she interrupting? Is she interfering with their ability to confront the guy in a way that's unreasonable and not consistent with the rules? So many of these questions, I haven't seen anything improper about them. And the right to your defense, the right to present a defense, the right to confront witnesses, these are fundamental things. You know, favorable standards for that type of thing on appeal. So yeah, we're doing it that way to answer your question because the judge wants it that way. No, it is absolutely not normal. Yes, it's making things awkward and difficult for everybody. And it also is leaving us with not a very good record on appeal of what exactly the problem is. Here we go back full circle now about trying to find an error in these rulings that Judge Bev is making. And, you know, way back early on, this is what I said. This is exactly why she's doing it, because it doesn't create a very good record for appeal. And appeal courts typically can affirm a trial court's ruling for any reason whatsoever. As long as the record supports that reason, it can be affirmed. You have to have specific reasons that you've preserved to reverse a judge's ruling, but to affirm it can be anything at all. So you didn't have to affirm on the right basis. You didn't have to grant the objection on the right basis, as long as there was some basis that was right based on the record. And so that's really what she's doing here, is she's creating a record where any possible interpretation of the rules that could support her ruling is the one that is going to have to apply, just kind of by necessity, because we don't know what the actual reasoning was. So yeah, just a mess. New Orleans lady. Took AJ way too long to get there. 5 more minutes is all he needed. I mean, maybe he did spend a lot of time on stuff that I'm not sure was really all that valuable. It can be very difficult dealing with you know, your timing. You don't necessarily know how cooperative people are going to be. He started off pretty agreeable with a lot of stuff, and then, you know, as time went on, he got more and more argumentative and nitpicky and stuff like that about the details of the questions. So that kind of thing can throw you off about how long stuff is going to take. Maybe you wouldn't have been spent so much time going back over those text messages and digging your finger in that wound about whether she ignored you or not, you know. Maybe you didn't need to spend all that time, because the jury can see for themselves she ignored you. You can just point that out in your closing argument. You don't have to get him to say it. You didn't necessarily need to spend that time. And so, yeah, in hindsight, when the clock is run out, I'm sure that there is probably some reevaluation, some woulda, shoulda, coulda, if they're not going to be allowed to bring him back and to get into some of that other stuff. Because, yeah, I personally think it would have been much more helpful to spend the time on this juicy stuff, this consciousness of guilt stuff, destroying your phone, using federal property, potentially committing crimes in order to not have to hand your phone over, this phone that has all of these, you know, text messages and phone calls and stuff like that. The reason why people will destroy their phone a lot of times in a situation like this is because lots of carriers don't preserve your text messages. Some of them do, but some of them don't. And so if you're just going by what you can get from phone records, it is often the case you cannot get text messages. They are just stored locally on the phone. Now that is different in the you know, iCloud situation, if you've got like a local backup or something like that where it gets stored. But trying to get that stuff from Apple is notoriously unproductive. So if they even have it. So you can't necessarily get it from your carrier, can't necessarily get it from Apple. Destroy your phone, there's no more record of it. That's why they get rid of it. You can always get the detail, the fact that a call or a text was sent, the time, the length, and stuff like that. Those records are going to be maintained. But the actual content of what you put in those text messages, yeah, those go away when you, a lot of times when you destroy your phone. So that's why they do that. See a Dream, amazing commentary. Thank you. No, thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support for the channel. Really enjoying the chat still. You know, you guys are awesome. I love when I'm looking and I'm seeing we don't have a bubble here. We don't have an echo chamber. This is not a free Karen Reed servicing channel. This is not a put Karen Reed in prison servicing channel. We're here to watch a trial and you know, see what we think. See if we think justice is being done throughout this process. And so, yeah, a lot of people are going to have different positions on that. They're going to come from it, come at it from different backgrounds, different perspectives, see things different ways. I like that because that's how the jury is going to be. They're not going to be all uniform people who, came in kind of with the same perspective on everything from the get-go. So I like that. I think it gives you a little bit more of a realistic expectation of what's happened and the kind of disagreements that maybe are going to be happening in the jury room. Just because I think that, these text messages don't necessarily make Karen look all that bad. I mean, they don't make her look like a very nice person when it comes to, playing with some guy's feelings. But does that equate to motive to murder John? To me, absolutely not. But other people might see it that way. And so that is possible that's the kind of thing the jury is going to be struggling with when they get back into deliberations, is just dealing with those kinds of differences of perspective and trying to come to, some kind of consensus that everybody can live with. At the end of the day, being a juror is hard. Being a juror is hard because they have to go home and live with themselves. They have to have the kind of confidence in their decision that they can hold their head up, look at themselves in the mirror, and feel like they did the right thing. And getting 12 people to agree on stuff, that can be hard. That can be very, very hard when it's not crystal clear, and there's a lot of ways that stuff can go. So there is often a lot of compromise built into that. And compromise can be very, very difficult, particularly when somebody's future is on the line. It's just not facing the death penalty or anything like that. It's not like, she's going to be executed or whatever if she's convicted. But absolutely, of course, this is a life-changing type of thing. She's got professional licenses. She's going to lose them. She's going to go to prison. She's going to lose her liberty. She's going to lose her civil rights. She's going to forever carry the stigma of being a criminal. And so, yeah, if you have regrets about voting to convict, that's going to weigh on you. If you have regrets about voting to acquit, you just have doubts, you think that she really, really did it, but you got persuaded by the jury, that can potentially follow you. So it's a hard job. It's a hard job. I don't envy it, although I would like to try it someday. I really would. Jeff has been summoned to jury duty like multiple times since we've been married. He even got to serve once. I don't know, within the last decade or so, if I remember right. It was like a district court, a misdemeanor case. He actually got to serve on a jury. A lawyer got to serve on a jury. Like, who would think? Me, I haven't been summoned in like 20 years. I'm like, come on, come on, put me on. I'd love to try it. But it doesn't seem to be in the cards for me, not at this point. So we have a new member here, JP Eagles and Cats. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome to the crew. Great to see you and glad to have you around. James Casatelli, it really feels like there are more rules for the defense to follow than there is for the prosecution, and that seems so unfair. Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't seem like they're getting even-handed treatment, does it? And again, it's hard to distinguish that, because on the one hand, the defense isn't objecting. They're not objecting. They're not holding his feet to the fire the way that Mr. Lally is with them. So, and it's the same thing with the judge. They're not holding her feet to the fire to be consistent, to enforce the rules. They're being a little bit passive with that. So, it's creating enough of an opening that there is, I don't want to say deniability, because that sounds so purposeful. That sounds so like deliberate. She's deliberately trying to be biased against them. I don't think that's the case. But I think it's got to be clear. It's certainly clear to me she is giving the Commonwealth so much more grace than she is giving the defense, even over stuff like just how much of our time can you waste? The few times she's given them the mildest of rebukes, and really not even a rebuke, just I think the closest thing we got to a rebuke was something like, we don't need to hear about the apron again, or we can like leave it alone with the shoveling the apron. That was the closest we got to, you're being dumb here. Like, you're wasting our time. Move it along. It's all been just this very, could we perhaps not go through all of this addition, the same stuff again. We have already heard this. Just so much more patience and accommodation of the Commonwealth than she seems to have for the defense team. Seems like it's personal. Maybe it's a pet peeve thing, maybe she just really doesn't like defense lawyers who ask these loaded questions like this, and she wants it done in a specific, less confrontational way. But there's just limits on your ability to make that call. This is a confrontational process. That's what it's about. What I seem to be getting from her rulings is that she's basically thinks he's argumentative. And I don't necessarily disagree to a large extent. Like I've been saying, a lot of these questions that he asks, he doesn't necessarily need to ask them. There are things you're going to be able to just go to the jury and you can draw that inference. The guy is never going to tell you, he's never going to give you the answer that you're looking for if you're asking him to characterize something the way you want him to. It's just, it's not necessarily that helpful to do it. He has a right to do it, and he's got a right for the jury to kind of, like I said, see how he responds to that, how he evaluates that. But in terms of, is it really all that helpful? No, because you can do that type of thing in argument. So if you're asking a question where you could get the same outcome by just arguing facts that are already in evidence, making that argument, that inference to the jury, then yeah, you can make the case that that's an argumentative question. That's where I think it's going to be interesting, is once we have a defense case on, once we have defense witnesses on, and we have Mr. Lally being in that position of being the adversary, asking the hard questions, trying to trip them up, etc., etc. I don't have a lot of confidence he's going to be all that good at it. I've said before, common for prosecutors to not be very good at cross-examination because they don't do it anywhere near as much as defense lawyers do. And I don't just mean with the defendant. I mean, it's very common for the prosecution to put through their entire case and the defense doesn't call a single witness. They rest without calling anybody at all. The whole defense is going to be based on the prosecutor's ability to meet the burden, the credibility of the complaining witness, stuff like that. So they don't even put on a case for the prosecutor to challenge. So they just have far less practice at that type of hard questioning than defense attorneys do. So I don't have a lot of confidence he's necessarily going to be very good at it. Well, when you're not very good at confrontation, a lot of times that's comes out as you will just be argumentative. And so that's what's going to be interesting to me, is to see how this works out when the tables are turned. And when he's in that position, are we getting the same standards applied at that point in time? Is what's good for the goose good for the gander in that situation? I think we'll see. I think we'll see a lot more when that happens. Let's see. Concerning the butt dials, after denying the calls, Brian Higgins just should have said, "Well, what can I say? My butt works in mysterious ways." I mean, would it be worse than what he did say? I mean, the magical butts working in unison between him and Brian Albert is already, it's already hard enough to believe. What could possibly make it worse than that possible explanation? I guess he looks like a smartass, but is that worse than looking like you're defensive, looking like you're making bad excuses, looking like you can't come up with a good lie when you really need to be quick on your feet? I don't know. I guess maybe if it would have given him a chuckle, then maybe that's the best thing he could hope to get out of today. Well, not sure I got the fireworks I was hoping for. I really don't. That said, if I didn't know anything at all about this case and I was coming in cold and I didn't know any of this was coming, were there fireworks today? Maybe. I mean, maybe. If I didn't know what to expect, then all of these phone calls and the meeting and stuff with, the friends and family meeting at 34 Fairview, I guess we've already heard about quite a bit of that, but more butt dials are going to surprise me. The scurrying around in the police department, the next day, the access to the Sally port, these things are going to be, they're going to raise my eyebrows. Am I blown away? Like this is pyrotechnic stuff? Not necessarily. I feel like the closest we get to that is the phone. The phone, the machine extraction at the FBI lab. That's the closest I got to pyrotechnics. You did what? You did what? You dumbass. What were you thinking? What were you thinking? You were thinking it wouldn't matter. You were thinking you were going to get away with it. You were thinking you had impunity. You were thinking that people would cover for you. You were thinking it would never circle back and bounce back on you. That's what's really kind of disturbing the most to me about all of this is, they're doing it because they thought they could. That's why they don't have to be good liars. They never really thought they were going to be challenged. They never thought that this was going to be an issue. They were going to be able to tell their story. Michael Proctor was going to give it to a grand jury. The grand jury was going to indict Karen Reed. Karen Reed is going to be so terrified at the idea of potentially getting convicted of second-degree murder that she'll cut a plea deal, and that will be that. I feel pretty confident that's what the game plan was, at least from the point that, Karen Reed was on the radar as hey, if she said I hit him, then, maybe that's an opportunity here. But just more ammo to the pile of shady stuff. This wall of shady stuff, brick by brick by brick. This is growing between Mr. Lally and the conviction. I'm a lot more convinced of a hoax. A lot more convinced of a hoax with all of this shady stuff, all of these terrible explanations, all of these communications flying around that shouldn't be happening, that there aren't good explanations for, that you're ditching your phones to try to avoid coming out. And yes, I do believe that when you're destroying your phone the day of the big nationally televised court hearing about whether you're going to be ordered to preserve your phone, yeah, that's deliberate. You tried to get rid of it. That timing was not coincidental. There was a risk you were going to have to turn it over, so you did it before you could be found in contempt. This is convincing me of a hoax. I don't know what the hoax is. I don't know. I mean, I keep saying I haven't seen proof of who did what to John O'Keefe. But I feel like I saw a lot more proof of motive today from Brian Higgins than I have seen so far with anything else. I mean, makes a lot more sense to me, certainly in terms of the timing and what people's states of mind were at the time that John O'Keefe died. Yeah, this is a lot more relevant than what was happening in Aruba a month ago. This is right now. She ignored you. Now, does this prove to me who did what when to who? No. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we're at the point that something happened at 34 Fairview that they scrambled to cover up, but Karen Reed did not hit him with her car. Certainly hasn't been proved to me yet that Karen Reed hit him with her car. Hasn't been proven that anybody hit him with a car. Then Yeah, if I don't necessarily know who did what, who threw what punch or whatever, but I know this guy seems to have a motive of antagonism towards John or towards Karen or something like that, towards their relationship at least. Jealousy towards John, perhaps. I mean, very recent. She ditched him. She's out there at the bar, ignoring you, being, kissy kissy with him. That might piss a guy off. That might piss a guy off. Everybody's drunk. Quite frankly, bunch of dudes that are drunk and like to throw hands. That's really, to this point, still one of the best explanations that I think there is for all of this stuff, because violence and alcohol go hand in hand. I mean, it's just everybody knows that. These police officers know that. Anybody who spent time on patrol knows that. Anybody who spent time in a hospital ER knows that. Alcohol and violence go together. Tempers get short. Judgment is bad. Things flare. So I don't know who did what. I don't know, did Colin punch? Did Brian Albert punch? Did Brian Higgins punch? I don't know any of this. I don't know any of the details. I don't know. But it doesn't matter because those guys aren't on trial. I know enough here at this point in time when you haven't proved to me that John O'Keefe was ever even hit with a car. But there is all of this shady stuff going on. All of this shady stuff going on with the investigation. Yeah, there's a hoax. There's a hoax. And it's a shame if that hoax doesn't involve John O'Keefe and his death, because it sure is interfering with getting justice for him and this whole process. I mean, just an absolute nightmare. No way to put a good spin on this. The best case scenario is that they have absolutely tanked this investigation. They have opened this door wide for precisely these types of allegations because of how they chose to behave, because of how they chose to circle ranks, to not enforce the boundaries between, your work friends, your friends, and your actual job that you need to do. And I mean, just the basic getting evidence in the red Solo cups. I mean, really, basic inability to do a minimally competent forensic investigation. Yeah, that's the best face you can put on it, is that they have messed this one up so badly that I don't know what justice looks like in this scenario at this point. I don't even know. I don't know how you get there, because I don't think we're going to know. I don't think we're going to know what happened to John. I don't think we're going to find that out. Is Karen going to tell us what she knows? That's a big question. Big question. Is Karen going to testify? If Karen testifies, are we going to be able to put 100% confidence in what she tells us? I don't know. Multiple things can be true at the same time, right? It's possible. Karen can lie. Karen can be cheating on John. Karen could be a lot of things, and still also be innocent of the crime, I don't know. But if I'm the lawyers in this case, I really want her to testify, if it's at all possible. I really want her to, because I want to be able to show the jury a contrast between my client and these people that you've been watching here. These people with the scurrying and the hiding and so forth. She didn't get that opportunity. She doesn't get to hide anything. She's the one that has to have her cringy texts, read out there into the public record, because Brian Higgins so helpfully chose to use the federal resources to extract them from his phone and then ditch the rest. So I want them I want them to see my client. I want her to look better than these other people. I want her to speak better. I want her to be more confident. I want her to be less evasive. I want her to be more forthcoming. I want her to be less defensive. That's what I would like, in an ideal situation. So if I can get that, if it's possible to get that, if there's not something out there that's going to completely and totally blow up my client, I've seen several times people running through some mentions in the comments about interview, like a Dateline interview or something like that. And I've seen like little clips of it floating around. I was kind of under the impression that the full interview hasn't been released at this point. I'm not sure about that. But I haven't seen it. I've just seen, little bits and pieces. And that is a danger zone, absolutely no question. It's not a good idea to be doing this type of thing, going out before trial, making your case. Alec Baldwin did the same thing. It's a terrible mistake when you're concerned about PR and like your image, you're concerned about your image, to such an extent that you can't wait for the process to play itself out. I realize the process is flawed. The process is difficult in many ways. The process is certainly not perfect. But it is what we have. And you put yourself at peril if you decide I'm going to go ahead and put all that aside, and I'm going to put myself on record in a public setting, making statements about what happened. Because all of those are potential impeachment. All of those are things that can be brought up to your client on the stand. If she deviates from any of it in any way, whatever explanations she had, however she looked at the time, however she came off, contrasts in her demeanor, all of this stuff is going to be fair game. So that makes it harder. That makes it harder to put your client on the stand if there's something like that out there. Don't think she has criminal history. It's not a situation where like, oh my gosh, if I put him on the stand, the jury is going to learn he's got all these, priors for whatever horrible offenses and stuff like that. Probably not one of those situations. But, it's a high risk, high reward type of situation because your client has to come off well, and the challenge with a lot of clients is that they don't have great self-awareness about how they're going to come off, don't always have good insight into how other people are going to see you. And so people can think, I'm sure I can make a good impression. I can sell myself. I can do this. I can nail it. But the reality is just no, they're going to absolutely spiral and, do more damage to their own situation. Can't tell you how many times I've watched a trial where it's like, you'd think it's going one way and then somebody has to get on the stand. Real great recent example of that, Mr. Murdaugh. Mr. Murdaugh, he had, from my perspective, fairly good reasonable doubt up until he had to get on the stand and try to explain himself. And no, now the jury gets to see who you are. That's kind of the point of going on the stand. The jury gets to see who you are. So you better be a good person and you better be a likable person, because if you're not, I don't know that you're necessarily going to help yourself. And there is a very, very big potential for you to be able to hurt yourself. So I don't know, Karen. I don't know how all of this is going to work. That's going to be up to her lawyers to work with her about that. And at the end of the day, it's her call. It's not their call. It's her call. She gets the final say about that. That is one of those crystal clear areas. There can be a lot of gray area in the attorney-client relationship as far as who gets to make what decisions. Like you as the client, to what extent do you get to control how your attorney does their job? And most of the time it's pretty limited. Your attorney gets to decide the strategies of the case. But there are certain fundamental decisions that only belong to the client. Whether to plead guilty, whether to accept a plea agreement, and whether to testify at trial. It's absolutely the client's decision. So they could think it's a terrible idea, advise against it all day long, and she doesn't have to take that advice. She can go ahead and go on the stand anyway. I don't know that I would expect that in her case. She doesn't seem to be difficult in that respect to me. Like, she's not sitting there at the table trying to like interfere with what they're doing. I look for red flags, okay? Because I'm just so used to these clients, the ones that are so like needing to control the process, that they're, you know, constantly tugging at me. They're pointing to this, they're writing down their gazillion questions. They're, you know, they got the exhibit pile in front of them and they're throwing one at me because they want me to go, you know, and they're whispering, ask this, ask this. I look for stuff like that because, you know, it's just a red flag for that kind of controlling type of behavior. Not seeing that from her, you know, not seeing that from her. So from a client management standpoint, I don't know that I would expect she would go against the advice of these very competent and, you know, presumably very expensive lawyers that she's paying for. I mean, it's kind of trite, yet it happens all the time. People pay all this money to a lawyer to not take their advice. It never ceases to blow my mind that happens, but it does. It happens all the time. People pay you a massive amount of money and then go and do whatever they want. Like, why did we, I don't know. Some people are just like that. So I don't know what she'll do, but like I said, if I'm the lawyer, if there is any way possible, I want her on the stand. But it's got to be good. And so if it's not good, if it's not going to be knock it out of the park type of a situation, then it's extremely risky. It's just extremely risky. So, all right, guys, back for a full day on Tuesday, and then I guess we're off for the rest of the week. It's Memorial Day on Monday, so hope everybody gets some good time off. Think about our departed, our fallen heroes. Memorial Day for those lost in combat. So there will be lots of ceremonies and stuff like that around if you get a chance to celebrate that type of thing, or even just a moment to reflect on just the role that type of thing plays in your own life. I encourage that type of thing. I do think it's important to just remember our history, you know, remember where we came from, not because everything is perfect and it's, you know, the best of all possible worlds or any type of scenario like that, or that everybody's a hero. Like, no, lots of mistakes have been made along the way. You know, it's okay to acknowledge those things too. But it mattered enough to some people to die for it. And, you know, it's just an important thing, I think, to honor. And so Memorial Day is a holiday that I think is one of the ones that kind of matters. So do enjoy the day off if you get some time. You know, hopefully you get some nice weather, right? Beginning of summer, get some sunshine, and then we'll be back on Tuesday and see what we get. What are we left to now, huh? We're down to 42 witnesses left, 43 witnesses left. Yeah, I don't know. But maybe next week on Tuesday, the Commonwealth will start to prove to me that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with a car. Maybe we'll finally get to that at this stage in the case. I guess we're done with everybody that was at Fairview. So not sure there's really anywhere else to go now, but into the law enforcement, into the technical. Still want that explanation for John's phone. Shady thing with John's phone. How did it get from Kerry Roberts' pocket into police custody? Waiting to find that out. So guys, enjoy your weekend. Happy Memorial Day to everybody. I will plan to be back on Tuesday, bright and early, ready to go, see what we got. And yeah, see where this lands. Not the fireworks I expected today, but all in all, still I think a win for the defense. Very shady. Very, very, very shady stuff here. Definitely putting me a lot closer into this camp hoax with this case. So We'll see what next week brings, you guys. Take care, and we'll see you soon.